on this. Yay! It says I'm live. Hello, everyone, and oh, well, I see that some of you, I'm glad to hear that you're able to make it for once, Nicholas. That's actually really great. So, I mean, obviously right now the screen is just my lovely persona's face smirking back at you. But I am actually joined today by my usual co-host, Cybernetic Pink Eye.
Greetings and felicitations.
And also my bestest buddy, Alex.
Hi, friends.
We'll see how that holds up by the end of this stream.
Yeah, we'll see if our friendship can be put to the test. But yes, People's Republic of China? Anyway.
Well, it was only a matter of time before they started.
Welcome to the stream, the People's Republic of China.
So, Skyrim hype! Lore hype! And a gold ingot? Wow, that's cool.
I mean...
Hi, Lore, Alex, and Griffin. How are you all? I'm okay.
I like how the People's Republic of China starts things off with, "Yeah, stream!"
Well, it's yes, stream. But,
Oh,
God.
I can see it both. I'm doing okay, thank you, Phoenix. It's these stream times are late for me, and so it's when I'm operating at my best, which is just about midnight.
Yeah. I mean, technically that's me too. But that's because I have a terrible sleep schedule.
That you do.
Well,
Yeah.
fuck you!
Hey, listen, it's not a terrible sleep schedule. It's consistent.
It's really not, unfortunately.
I was supposed to say.
I mean, it's consistent in that I'm usually sleeping during the day, but unfortunately my sleep over the last few nights has been dubious, which is why I'm not feeling so great today, but you know.
Yeah, it would be one thing if it were at least consistent. The problem is that it is anything but.
Well, it is consistent, more than you seem to think it is. I'm sleeping pretty much at the same time every day. Hey, Skyrim, you wanna fucking let me play?
You have to ask.
Do you have a problem, Skyrim?
Many.
Again, do you have to ask?
Are we gonna have a problem here? Are we gonna have a problem?
Ah, boy.
I need to stop feeling pride for having a less healthy lifestyle than others. Oh, you got 4 hours of sleep? I only got 3. That doesn't sound like the ideal thing to be having pride in, but, you know, you do you.
I mean, that seems to have become somewhat of a trend among young people on the internet in recent years.
Well,
I'm young people on the internet.
You are.
Skyrim.
Skyrim, please.
Skyrim was...
Mr. Howard, sir.
Oh, good. So it took me doing that. I ran Task Manager to get it to do that. Awesome. This is great.
And what a manageable task it was.
You just witnessed Lindsay arguing with a game. Not like that's a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of a categorical of these streams.
I mean, you want to see more of that, just watch her play fucking Dragons. Dragon Age.
I was gonna say, Dragon's Eve?
I almost said Dragon Siege, which was not the right thing at all.
No.
I play a game called Dragon's Eve. I have no idea what it means, but it has the word dragon in the title, so I'm instantly hooked.
I mean, that seems to be all it takes these days.
Wait, why am I automatically... Also, why is it night?
I mean, I'm still... Let's see. Ah, there it is. I just had to refresh and now I can see gameplay. Oh my god, did it say, like, just before, just after you killed that dragon?
No, I made it back to town. That's what's going on here.
Okay.
Alright. So, this is... Okay. I have to refamiliarize myself with the... Oh, game. Sorry,
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah.
familiarize myself.
What is it?
Oh.
You might be sick.
Yeah, What is with being perpetually sick in this game? What am I doing that's making me sick?
I'm pretty sure most people were sick in this time era.
Maybe you should put the skateboard down.
Speak to Skewer. Skewer. Yeah, that's his name, alright.
Try saying that 5 times fast.
Skewer, 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 Skewer.
Speak to Skewer, speak to Skewer, speak to...
That's... You guys want to make a Scandinavian folk band?
Speak to
I
Skewer.
mean-
Skewer.
Speak to Skewer, speak to Skewer. Wow, I made it to 2.
My husband Nazim. Check the Jarl's backside. Stuffs himself.
I didn't ask you.
Men are all alike, from Skyrim
Hi, People's Republic of China. I'm not Alex Beckham.
and treat their women.
Yes.
I'm very much not Alex Beckham. I'm a
No.
different Alex.
Oh yes, this is... Let's see, it's a me Mario here to tell you that by Skyrim, made by my super duper friend. Anyway. I recognize one of those voices. It reminds me of
The
Grimm and
rat.
Jebbles and Dementia and Metaton voice actor. No, that's not him.
Nope.
This is Alex. This is my good buddy. Let's see, Alex versus the Internet, which is an ironic title given who you were just compared to.
I was gonna say.
It's
If
in my
the thing-
defense. When I picked that name and made my brand and stuck to it, I had no idea who any of them even were.
And
Oh,
yet it
wait.
had to be wholeheartedly appropriate.
So the rat made me sick?
Hmm.
I have been holding on to rat stuff. Maybe I should just drop that stuff.
Might be a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, especially if
I
that's
don't know
what's-
many people who tend to just carry live rats around, but I mean, you do you.
They're not
Rarely
alive.
are- Rarely are there any medieval settings where carrying live or even dead vermin around with you is a good idea.
Oh, it's a cow! Hello, Mr. Cow!
Friend,
What?
baby.
Trouble in Whiterun and I'll pull you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
I'm sorry, what? You know what? Hang on. That bitch just gave me some shit. Okay. Sorry, you wanna...
You got glare.
Okay.
Well, cheat time.
He goes, if you cause trouble in Whiterun, I'll be up your... I'm like, what? I gotta do that again, in fact.
Do it.
Boy.
Oh. Wow, I got people on my side fighting the guards! Hang on, I'm...
You know, people normally don't tend to want to stand against the person who can shoot fire out of their hands. Just
And,
like
you
as,
know,
as a general rule.
and this just goes to show how high tensions were in this city. All it took was the primary protagonist to sneeze, and now a straight up revolution is underway.
And now they're going off to actually fight all of the guards!
Lord, you caused a riot. You caused a street brawl.
Redistribution of power, and all it took was a sneeze. I still can't get over the fact that that's your fucking power. Like, just like a mild enchanted cough. That's the signifying indicator of draconian ancestry or whatever the fuck.
Gross!
Again, gesundheit.
I'm sorry.
Achoo, viva la revolution.
You only
Oh,
know
okay,
Lindsay
right.
as Toriel's voice actor. Well, get to know me a little better. And you'll see that I am far more than just Toriel. I'm everyone's mom. Okay.
Yeah.
But especially mine, and you can't steal her.
Well, what is that fucking Kratos? Anyway, I think that I have taught that fucking... I think I've taught that fucking asshole a lesson. What do you think?
And this timeline and many others.
Amrin's House of Clan Battleborn. I want to find where. Okay,
Oh, that
you're
was a
Vasker.
sentence.
Yes, it was.
Something about a house of clams and...
Did you know that you're a bitch?
Yes, it's common knowledge, as a matter of fact.
So I'm probably just gonna dispose of my skeever fucking shit, especially if that's what's making me sick. Well, adopted down here, you'll be adopted too. Kratos, more like Orc Kratos. Sneeze in public, people try and kill you. Well, the thing is that they didn't. Like, they...
No, they immediately
He
sided with the
tried
other
to kill who
person.
he sneezed on.
Yeah, exactly! Oh, hey!
COVID has gotten so bad it's even affecting our games.
Find some strange creature in your travels?
Yeah.
People have
Ooh,
a
what's
little bit
this?
of a warped idea.
Honey nut treat?
Oh.
Huh.
Okay.
It just makes me immediately think of Epithet Erased.
Oh yeah, the honeyed snack.
Honeyed snack.
Honeyed snack.
Food.
What? Hi! What?
What? Sure, okay.
Even.
Oh. Well, you cut out completely there, Griffin, for me.
Thank you for the personal space. I appreciate it.
Can I... There
Clearly,
we-
the 6-foot rule doesn't apply here.
Alright, so miscellaneous. No. I wanted to put miscellaneous items in there. Why... Okay. Ingredients? Oh, that's probably what it is. Okay, so... Skeever tail.
Ah.
I've been carrying a
Always
lot of
keep
those
my
around,
rocks
and
ingredients.
if that is in fact making me sick...
Mayhaps. Oh, that even reminds me. Because you brought up Epithet Erased. Did you know they're selling Molly dolls now?
Yes, I saw it! Did you
I
just see the
saw
ad
that.
for it?
Yeah, and apparently that's what's going to help fund season 2.
Yep.
But they need to get like 500 people to order them.
Well, there's that. There's also the posters that they've offered. Imagine that, and okay, look up "bitch" in the dictionary. You won't see his picture, but you'll see a description that applies to him pretty well. Way to start off this stream. Yeah. Okay, so I got rid of those. Oh, okay. All right. Why is this shit on the floor? Who is putting stuff on the floor?
Haven't you just thought sometimes it's easier than just putting stuff away?
Given the mounting number of risks in this world, I doubt personal hygiene is at the top of everyone's priorities.
You
Don't
know,
mind me, I'm
might
just-
get mauled by a dragon, but at least I'll smell good while doing it.
Exactly.
All right. Well, let's see. What time is it? Well, okay, so it's the
time.
middle of the night, so I'm gonna get myself some sleep. Whoa, I don't need 24 hours. All right.
Hi, Dawn.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Dawn. Did you know that I love you too? By the way.
I've got your back.
Welcome to the poly adoption.
Oh, you fuckers.
Putting stuff away is just moving things to other places. Therefore, moving stuff to the floor counts as putting it away. John, I like your style.
Yes.
You and I could get on.
It reminds me of the whole George Carlin bit about like a house is just a place to keep your stuff.
More honey nut treats.
Yeah, baby.
Yes.
Whoops! I took the plate.
Hey, now you have something with which to carry more honey nut treats.
Me when I see a box of Honey Nut clusters in my local grocery store.
Yes, Don, you are hearing me. Hello.
Why is the tomato on the? Why is there a tomato on the floor? Who's putting tomato on the floor?
Listen, if you don't
Fruit
position
party.
it for the ketchup making process, how else is it gonna get squished?
No.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's
No.
Brill. Oh, no wonder why he was joining in the attack. That's my man.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave. No, that's not leaving. That's drawing my weapon.
I'm
Imagine.
gonna leave this mortal coil.
You're going to leave this place straight for jail bars.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Wait, what? Where? How?
Good news, everyone. I've learned dragon shouts.
Ah, boy.
But why? Okay. But where is he? Where is Skjor? Oh, he's inside. Okay, that helps.
Oh, sure. Why would it be, sensible?
No, well, he should be in your Vasker. I don't know the first thing about Skyrim, but it gives off DA vibes. Did someone... Oh, there he is. I'm sorry, what was that, Jim Cummings? What?
When you're looking around the corner at your crush, but then you notice them look your way.
Me?
What?
I've never kinder glitched game character more.
Oh, this game.
Okay, anyway.
There you are.
You wanted to see me?
I did. Your time
Apparently.
has come.
What do you mean? Is it time to kill me, or...
Last week, a scholar came to us. He knew where we could find another fragment of
Wuthrad?
Wuthrad. Fool to me. He's right. The honor of the companions demand we seek it out.
I'm sorry, what? The honor of the companions demand that I seek out this thing that I don't know what it is?
No, the fantasy
Just-
quest, though.
Does someone need to call Prince Zuko? Is someone's honor under threat?
I mean, this dude does have, like, only one working eye.
Excuse me, why are you judging that?
Nothing,
Don't
it's
be mean.
just giving me some Zuko vibes is all.
There's nothing more hilarious to me than imagining what Skyrim gameplay looks like from a second-person perspective.
God.
I don't know the first thing about Skyrim, but it gives DA vibes. It really doesn't, but it's open world. But yeah, there's a lot of character interaction. Anyway,
There's a fine line between respect and bootlicking, blood. But I like your spirit.
hey, I'm not bootlicking.
This will be your well. Farcas will be your shield sibling on this mission.
Farcas!
He'll answer
Wait,
any
well,
Language.
not to disappoint or to get him killed.
disappoint? He's my future husband, I'll have you know.
How many of those do you have by now?
Actually, I've only referred to one of them as my future husband in this game.
I wasn't just talking about this game.
Yeah, she
I
got
just
regular
mean
harem
in
going on.
general. You've got a
Whoa!
real
I'm sorry.
harem.
Do you have a problem with me? What am I doing what for? You came into the room and then you walked away from me. And then as
Everyone in this game is so apprehensive around you.
Well, apparently the game is a little bit quiet.
Yeah, I did. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. I did turn it down because it was starting to sound a little loud to me.
Ah.
But, that's mostly because I also have a problem where if I have even a little bit of background noise, my brain likes to go to it. Hopefully that should be a little bit better for you guys. So where... Speak to Farcas. Alright, he's out somewhere in Whiterun. Grab the gray-haired bitch who just did that and beat her. Wow. Okay.
Whoa. Graphic.
Bit of an escalation.
No thanks.
I'll
Listen, all we-
take a floor pie.
Actually, let me join the companions.
Whee! Oh wow, I almost just landed on his head. Hey Farcas.
Someone just left the whole ass Chicago style pizza there.
You're gonna be my shield brother?
So I'm told.
Ooh.
Let's see if you impress.
Home? Where's home? Okay.
With the rats.
What is Ruthred?
Is there any reason in particular why this dude is just constantly looking upward?
He came from the ancient homeland.
He's rolling his eyes back into his head.
But not all of them.
Stop talking.
Some of them are still here.
Why did Skjor call this my trial?
I watch you to make sure you're honorable. If you are honorable and strong, then I can call you sister.
I'd rather you call me wife. Who was this scholar?
A smart man came and
Of
told
course
us
you
about the blade piece. Skjor thinks you should find it, and I'm supposed to watch you.
Why are you being... Okay. I'll meet you at Dustman's Cairn?
Don't delay, shield sister.
I'm
God,
not.
You're not even wrong, Nicholas.
Where is it? Are you gonna lead the way?
He's always ready for an aerial attack. Thank you,
Given the
Golding.
established existence of dragons, I can't blame him.
It's an evolutionary advantage.
Fucking, like, store brand Undertaker here has every reason
I
to
do?
be afraid.
Okay. Alright, wait, where'd he go? Wow, he ran fast!
He runs fast, don't he?
Alright, well, I guess I'm...
Man's got legs.
Well, that's why he's my husband. Hi, child. I don't need anything from you. Farcas! Oh my god! Why are you a fast little bitch? Anyway. I'd rather you call me wife. Smooth move, Lord. Look, you guys don't even know. I am a master flirt, okay? Girlfriend's right, what's up with his eyes. Farcas! I had a loading screen. Come back here!
He's a little shaken by your out-of-the-blue proposal.
Flashbacks to Cullen running away from me.
He's gotta go get his, get its parents' blessing.
The way he's running looks absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, everyone's run cycle looks absolutely ridiculous in this game.
You appreciate the little things in life.
Yeah, it's a
Like Skyrim walk
countrywide
cycles.
case of constipation.
Where... I mean,
Say that
you,
when I'm about to take a drink.
you're... What are you doing, Farcas?
Not sure we want to know the answer.
He's taking the scenic route.
Yeah.
Like, he ran in one direction and then he came back. I'm actually catching up with you.
I would explain his speed. He's shifted into four-wheel drive.
He runs like he's storming out angrily after something. You're right, Don.
He looks
Running
like
like they have to use the bathroom and they're trying not to wake their parents at 4 a.m. in the
He
morning.
looks like he's about to talk to someone's manager.
What? Where? What? Why? Where are you going? Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
He just turned around and went back exactly the way
I
he
think
came.
you've unwittingly been recruited into a scavenger hunt.
Huh?
I think you might have broken him.
Good.
I mean, she did say she was a master of flirtation. That may have been enough.
I'm still so happy with this. So, in this D&D game that I'm in,
Yes.
I was like, so I realized that I wanted there to be a conversation, like, between my character and an NPC, and the problem is that I knew that it was going to take a while. Ooh, butterflies! I knew that it was going to take a while to actually do that. Where are you going, Farcas? I knew that it was going to take a while for me to do that, and I didn't want to take up everyone else's time with what would likely be a multi-hour conversation. Or at least an hour-long conversation in-game. So I approached the DM, and I was like, hey, so my character's going to call this NPC. Do you mind if we do that call, and then, or do that call, that conversation, and then kind of summarize it for everyone else? And she was like, okay. So then we kind of role-played back and forth over DMs with our two characters talking, and it ended up, I compiled it afterwards, and it ended up being an 18-page document of these two characters
glorious.
talking, and it is the cutest thing. It's literally the cutest thing. So my character has had a crush on this NPC for a while, and this NPC has had a crush on her. And actually their previous conversation ended with her accidentally saying, "Bye, love you," while hanging up on the phone. Well, sending stones. What direction are you going? Oh my god!
You're assuming he has any sense of direction.
No, this is the thing. He's just being polite and letting you finish your D&D story.
He's stalling for time.
He's stalling for time.
So it was one of those like genuinely kind of wholesome moments. And I should mention this NPC, by the way, was originally slotted to be one of the big bads of the campaign. And then, oh, cabbage! And then my character flirted the fuck out of him, and it genuinely threw him off so badly. Is this where we're going?
Yeah, our characters seem to have a knack for shacking up with the main villains of this campaign.
Our characters really do, because another one of our companions was apparently childhood friends with someone who ended up being another one of the big bads, so to speak, or at least she was aligned with them. That was probably the easiest conversion, because even before there was any attempt to recruit her over to our side, you know, she and Jess were hooking up. And then it was just a matter of, do it for Jess, and she's like, yeah, okay. Imagine if we void salted the cabbage. Let's not. Crazy about the cabbage. He's just running away from you, and he's not more running away from me. He's trying to lead me somewhere. Hide your cabbage and hide your butterflies from Lindsay. Oof. I will also say, you know, just in general, in terms of a general preference, I would prefer if y'all refer to me as Loreley. Like, I'm obviously not exactly hiding my name, but just, it's a weird thing for me cognitively to be called by my given name when I'm doing Loreley stuff. Anyway, so she flirted with this guy, and they have had this ongoing, like, they went on one date, and then shit happened, and he ended up feeling like he couldn't actually continue on. He was afraid he was being a danger to especially her, but other people as well, because he realized that his goddess was a bitch. So he ran away and disappeared for about a week. And then when Ophelia tried calling him before, he didn't answer, thanks to a dice roll. But this last session, she finally managed to talk with him and establish that, no, he wasn't trying to avoid her intentionally. Anyway, there was a date. Yeah, no, it wasn't initially set up as, well, it was very much a date, but, like, neither of them were necessarily calling it that. It was an attempt...
That's relationship dynamic, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neither one of them was calling it a date, but that's exactly what it was. Yeah. Neither one of them are calling this a relationship yet, and that's exactly what it's been. But yeah, on that date, he was technically coming there to try and recruit her over to, you know, the big bads. And little did he know she was going to very much change his mind on a lot of things. Which sounds like a precursor to another flirt, but anyway. So yeah, this last conversation was so goddamn... So yeah, they're making plans to go and rescue him, because he is technically deep within enemy territory, and they now have a way to be able to get him out of there without that evil goddess actually, like, interfering. And so she wanted to call him to let him know in general what the plan is, as well as to invite him to a meeting that is planned between all of the party members. And let's see, we're not dating, right? Yeah. Villains that be like, oh no, I'm in love. Yeah, no, it's the best. It literally, and I actually have that first conversation where they were flirting back and forth. Well, not flirting back and forth. Ophelia was fucking ruining his day by being this incredibly skilled flirt. And the best part is that entire conversation, Gab was rolling composure checks, and he very rarely kept his composure. The most unrealistic thing that I've ever seen in D&D, a situation where your crush has a crush on you. Well, one, it's first of all, the DM shipped it as much as I do. Okay, that's why this kind of worked out. But the two of them are fucking precious with each other. After the initial flirt, which for session, like, there was a genuine interest. I mean, I will say that they also had an initial conversation where they were pleasant and genuinely had a good conversation with each other. It was under the circumstances of him trying to secure the town for evil purposes, but they had the pleasant conversation which set the tone for everything else. Then they actually had a date, and it was mostly a good date. She ended up taking him home. But anyway.
See, I play D&D to experience escapism and things that I couldn't feel in real life, like completing tasks and reciprocating romance.
Yeah, I guess. Don't put it like that, though. Don't at me, bro. But anyway, this conversation, she was updating him on all sorts of things and saying, hey, would you like to join us for this meeting? Because it's going to be kind of relevant to getting you out of there. And of course, you know the place, so if you can help us refine our maps so that we know where we're going, that would be a huge deal. Hey, Gold Ingot, don't spam ats. Shippers on deck is the best thing. Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Train of thought. Did I mention I have ADHD? Anyway. And so they got to talking, and actually, among other things, they talked about the plan. She mentioned, I want to talk with your dad because he has something that we need. And he's like, well, maybe you don't need to talk with him. That might be a bad idea. And she's like, why? And he's like, he's an asshole. And he specifically goes into details about how they've had a divide between them. And she's like, well, but, you know, what if I talk to him and convince him to not be an asshole? And he's like, you know, if there's anyone that I could see doing that, it would be you. At one point, I mean,
don't do that. What if I said, pretty please?
Yeah, so the thing is that in that moment, too, she actually teasingly asked, let's see, methods of convincing him. Exactly how much does like father, like son apply here? And then he was like, yeah, don't, please. He actually, his actual response there was like, I don't think I have to actually ask this, but I honestly don't believe that that I even have to ask this, but please don't flirt with my father. I beg you.
She's not even a bard.
No, she's not. She is. Oh, thank you. Yes. Anyway. Yeah, she's a sorcerer, which also requires a high charisma stat. She's actually a warlock sorcerer. Sorcerer with so far has 1 level in warlock. So all charisma based. She has a 20 charisma, so yeah. She's not a bard, but she can function like one apparently. Be an asshole. Well, okay then. Yeah, that's not okay there, People's Republic of China. Anyway, so yeah, the rest of their conversation was a lot of her reassuring him, and he's like, that would mean a lot to me if you could, you know, convince him to not be a high priest of the evil goddess.
Always a first step.
So, that's part of the plan. And it actually got to the point of her explaining, you mean a lot to me. Like, I don't really believe that this only happened 2 weeks ago, but... And by the end of it, they were actually... So, because she had said the bye, love you the last time, he felt more emboldened to literally hang up and said, I hope you have a good night, or good night, my love. And she lost her shit for a moment. And then responded with, I look forward to talking to you again, darling. And that was apparently enough for him to stammer for a few seconds and then accidentally, well, not accidentally, but release the sending stone so it would be kind of turning off afterwards, as he put his hands to his face to yell at himself. Like in just like the kind of sense. You're gonna go do something sweet. So it's
Worshipping an evil goddess. Can you please stop?
Like, here's an idea.
Pretty
Actually, fuck
please.
that.
yeah. Now here's an idea. Actually, fuck that. And also, we're going to kill that goddess, so you may want to, cut ties now, just so you know. Also, unrelated to that, except for the fact that this was just brought to my attention today. So, in 5th edition with D&D, if you have a warlock sorcerer, you can. There's a couple of things that happen. So with warlocks, when you perform a short rest, you can replenish your spells. All of your spell slots. As a sorcerer, you have flexible casting, which means you can take spell slots and convert them into sorcery points. And then you can also take sorcery points and turn them back into spell slots. So, I'm going to probably taking another level in Warlock 2 for a couple of reasons anyway. But here's something that Ophelia can probably do right now. She can expend her Warlock spell slots, turn them into sorcery points, and then take those sorcery points and give herself additional sorcerer spell slots. And then she does a short rest, which my understanding is only an hour, get those Warlock spell slots back, and convert those again into sorcery points to continue literally regenerating spell slots and storing them for the day.
It's kind of broken that way.
She is... I am so mad and so happy that this exists as a system because Ophelia just broke the game.
Yeah.
I wish...
Sorcerlocks be like that.
I mean, yeah.
I love it so much because it is so in character for her too. She is absolutely a strategist type of character. She is very much the I'm going to crack open whatever is there and make it work for me. So this whole system of I'm going to expend the warlock slots to create new sorcerer spell slots to boost everything that she has. And all she has, I mean, again, she just has to take those short rests to replenish it every time, so she stacks those up. Plans for the day by basically meditating continuously. Getting stronger by 1 hour naps, she's so lucky. I had a motivation to do something, but once I began to do that only a couple seconds ago, I lost all motivation, and now I'm being lazy. I mean, that sounds like a motivation issue, not laziness. Zach, don't even start.
I dissociate for an hour at a time. Can I get stronger doing that? Is that allowed?
Hi. Is this where we're supposed to be? You gonna say anything? Got a problem? Why are you wall-eyed?
Oh god, he is.
We should keep moving.
Even worse than before.
Yeah?
You're the one who stopped. Wait, wasn't I already here?
You were at one point.
Wait, are you okay? You led me here, so now you're following me?
I guess so.
Oh, I think I was actually already here. That's the
Down
thing.
into the pit you go.
I was already here, wasn't I?
Once before, yes.
Where,
Didn't
Farcas? Farcas?
I have vague
Finish
memories
what
of
you
this.
started.
Farcas looks like a mix between Undertaker and Geralt of Rivia. Now that I look closely, we should keep moving. Where? You were the one leading us somewhere.
Well, I mean, he wasn't doing a great job of leading you.
He wasn't doing a good job of functioning in general.
Yeah.
Next time you can at me.
I mean, I'm sorry, dude, but yeah, I was already here.
I think I remember, if this is the same place I'm thinking of, you got here and then decided, once we got to the boss, actually, fuck this, we'll do it another time.
Oh,
So
whoop.
maybe now is the time.
What? Oh.
Farcas the Forgettable is who he shall be remembered by in history books. I mean, as the Forgettable, is that very remembery? Is that a name that you
Oh.
tend to remember?
You want to try that again, sir? Farcas, why is your head that way?
Wow.
You can't just ask people why their head's that way.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I don't think
Farcas
he's
the what
involved.
now?
I'm gonna kill you.
Oops. I'm sorry, I did not mean to set you on...
Disjointed hitbox, crikey.
I could have sworn I was here before.
Yeah, I think you were, but I don't think you finished the dungeon.
No, but I did, though.
Including the ghost boss?
No, this wasn't the same one.
Okay.
This
Oh.
isn't that one. This was a different one.
Maybe you sequence broke it.
I might have.
It would not be difficult, I'm sure. This doesn't seem like a game that you have to try very hard to sequence break.
It doesn't seem like a game you have to try very hard to break, period.
No.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Yeah. Iron ingot. Maybe I didn't get here before. Let's see. I'm going to test this to see if this is alive. Nope, it's already dead.
Well,
I definitely remember a pit like this.
What did I... Oh, fuck you. Yeah, apparently this is a new place. I should be careful. Oops, no, I didn't mean to take that. I'm gonna just take an
Well, now
embalming
you
tool.
do.
I'm gonna take an embalming tool, apparently. I'm not going to take an embalming tool.
Well, what if you have some important embalming to do?
I-
You know, as you do in your day-to-day life.
I really, really don't.
That sounds like a you problem.
What?
Achievement unlocked, grave robber. Oh, that's the least of the crimes that have been committed on these streams.
Yeah,
Minor
most
stamina.
of which being my jokes.
Okay, so there are words that are leaving leather straps. There are words that are leaving your mouth, and it's okay. Oh. Well. That was pointless. The lever is stuck.
Well,
Now look what you got.
You robbing graves, that's pretty problematic of you.
it's not very cash money of you. Or poggers, I suppose the kids are saying these days.
Are they? I don't think I've heard anyone say it unironically.
You'd be surprised.
I really don't doubt that, and that's what fills me with fear.
Oh yeah, I think this is a cutscene kind of moment. Oh, that's right.
Oh, hope you enjoyed your husbando while he lasted. Oh, good, he's a furry.
Hey, don't
Farcas?
be mean against furries. Some of my best friends are furries.
I didn't say it was a problem. I was just saying it was a realization.
You know, I could probably take that.
Why is there a furry in this game? Representation, Don. Don't you want minority groups to be represented in your games? Come on. It's like you don't even want to be progressive.
My word. Yeah, I forgot lycanthropy was a thing in this game.
Yeah. What was that?
It's a blessing given to some of us. We could be like wild beasts, fearsome.
You're going to make me a werewolf?
Oh no, only the circle have the beast blood. Prove your honor to be a companion. Eyes on the prey, not the horizon. We should keep moving. Still the Trogger to worry about.
Yeah? Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna take their gold. I hope that's okay. Whoops,
Also-
no, I did not mean to take that!
Also, never mind the fact that he still got his armor all in one piece.
What did I take? I did not mean to take it. I did not.
Inventory management in this game is a struggle in and of itself.
Okay. Alright, so... Alright, so it's not as good as the one in my hands. Did I get that one? I did. Okay, so actually... Sorry, it is a fucking issue, and I'm not happy with that. But I will give myself fur bracers. That's good. Now look what you did. Let's see. Take ruined book. No, I don't need that shit. That's cool. What's over here? Ooh, arcane enchanter.
Ooh.
Fancy.
To enchant an item, you must know an enchantment and have a filled soul gem to power the enchantment. Enchantments are learned by disenchanting, destroying enchanted items. Okay.
Seems a bit counterproductive.
I don't have any soul gems. But,
Hi, Chris.
I can sit on the throne. Hello, Chris! Here you go again with the grave robbing your Tumblr cancel for that. Did you want to join me on the throne, Farcas? No? Alright,
I don't want to get any dog hair on it.
Okay, which direction do I need to go in? Skyrim, retrieve the
I
fragment.
will say him being a werewolf would explain the evident case of mange that we've been pointing out.
Look. Oh.
Might also explain the little bit of running about aimlessly.
Yeah. He was trying to show you the way to the dungeon, but then caught whiff of a rabbit.
No, that's law.
You know what? Fair.
What? Farcas, why is your neck broken?
I mean, you try switching back and forth between human and werewolf forms without any repercussions.
Oops. Farcas, stop running in front of my fucking fire! Too bad.
Have you not ever seen dogs with hoses?
You know?
Same effect.
Fair, although usually the hoses contain water.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll take that. Ooh! Alright. What else? Did I already loot you? Yeah, I looted you.
Oh, hey, Gab.
Oh!
Gab! Hello!
Hey.
Hi! It's a Gab! It is a Serena Midori. Did you miss... Were you here for the conversation that we were having earlier?
For the uninitiated, Serena Midori is it's the lovely DM for the aforementioned campaign we were mentioning earlier.
Midoriya Shonen. Anyway.
Exactly.
Hi!
Yeah, Laura was just gushing about the constant flirtation between Scout and Ophelia.
Yes, the constant flirtation, but specifically the last conversation that they had, which I have compiled into an 18-page document.
I was about to mention.
It was a read. It was a read and a half.
It was
Very
so
enjoyable.
it was so cute. It was so I knew it, says Serena Midori. I'm so happy. I know that somewhere the goddess of shipping for the campaign, Chiharu, is screaming. I'm pretty sure Jane woke up in the middle of the night last night screaming with glee without even really realizing why.
Yeah,
I'm a huge fan. This is my OTP. Hey, it's my OTP too. I can't believe it's 18. I can! We spent 2 days writing that!
She's not joking.
Yeah, no, it was a very long conversation, but it was worth it, and it culminated in the two of them actually finally affirming. Wait, am I going the wrong direction? I am. Affirming that they had feelings for each other. Well, they kind of had an idea in that direction anyway, but yeah. They kind of had the suspicion, but they've actually put it into words now.
Yeah.
And it ended with the original, you know, big bad guy, maybe not the big bad of the entire campaign, but still, he was intended kind of that way. Which direction do I go in?
This is new for lore.
Yeah, I have never played this game.
Episode 2.
Yeah, this is the second. I've never gotten this far in the game. What? Yep, I knew it!
Yeah.
Checks out.
I knew what? Oh, they're over there. There they are! Oh, shit!
So when's the last time you saved?
Oh! 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 Oh!
Would be a little more
my
helpful if
hero!
a certain someone didn't keep running in front of your fire.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a little bit. Alright. Vampire? What the fuck?
Because why not?
Vampire dust. And damn, I can't believe I missed that. I have so many hours in Skyrim. Yeah, no, I've never played Skyrim. So, the time went so fast. I mean, to be fair, you were also busy with work, and then also another D&D campaign that you're running. So, like, yeah, that time filled pretty damn quick. And also, there was a lot of shit that they were talking about. Trying to catch him up on everything that he needed to be caught up on. Are you another? Oh no, you're just dead. Okay.
Always nice.
What's in the urn? My earned pay.
No. No.
But, he didn't even act like he was on fire. He was just getting out of bed like, oh man, I'm on fire again. Just finished burning hours ago. All of my hours are in WOTB. Oh, yeah. So, I'm looking forward to tomorrow because we have to figure out how to summarize 18 pages. I mean, honestly, it's probably literally just as simple as Ophelia gave Scout a call to update him on the plan and invite him to the meeting. They talked for a bit. There's a few tidbits here and there that we'll have to probably pull out, but and by the end of it reaffirmed their feelings for each other. It's a pretty good fucking way of summarizing that. There are subtle differences in the Draugr that you know when that the clothed ones are alive. Well, alive, quote unquote. I'm just imagining this character trying to grab things with their hand that's literally burning. Bad. But yeah, so I am super excited for tomorrow because our children are adorable. And that conversation was so damn cute.
Oh yeah. It'll definitely be interesting to see the aftermath of that.
Oh, it'll be very interesting to see them, oh, you're dead. Okay. To see everyone else's reactions to Scout being there for the conversation, for the meeting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because there's someone who's really not going to be in the know of that. Someone who actually... So, that someone, by the way, is Griffin's character, Owen, who is an asshole.
What's new?
See, something that he did with one of the recent sessions was he had his character kind of fake his own murder. And he did it in a way that happened to touch on one of Ophelia's personal traumas. And so she actually got to have a nice little PTSD meltdown as a result of that. And then he was like, yes, it was to make a point. It was something you needed to know about. And she was like...
Okay, so in my defense, that's not entirely the reason. Like, I should clarify here. The main reason was to make sure, because he's of the belief that there is an actual serial killer in the town in which this series takes place, and he wanted to set up his own murder to try and draw the murderer out so that the other members of the party would not get killed.
I'm like sinking into the refuse here. Yeah. Now he has his reasons. The problem is that he did it in the worst possible way that he could have. And as a result of that, everyone lost trust in him. And he's now made himself into a warforged, which is probably going to be great for us in the long term. But literally no one trusts him anymore. So he has not been yet invited to the party.
I can't possibly imagine why.
Well, he may not have gotten invited, but he did get an invitation.
Well, yeah, because unwittingly, he was given the, so someone in his company had, a phone that was given to them by, why can I take this skull? Anyway, a phone that was given to them by another party member, and that person was getting all of the texts of the people having their conversation about meeting up. So, technically, retrieve the fragment where? In that direction. Okay. So that's going to be interesting. He does probably need to be there because we are going to be making a trip over into the unknown. Oh God, Farcas! You yelled in my ear.
My word. But yeah, that's the funny thing about him. He essentially created his own little splinter cell within the campaign out of two pre-existing Warforged soldiers, a former cultist of the primary antagonist, and also a giant mechanical servant.
Also, Farcas? You okay there, buddy? He vibrated there for a second, like...
He's a werewolf. I don't think he's okay.
Faerun, baby! Yeah, we're gonna be going to the fantasy world, because in this campaign, we play anime characters in a modern world that have dealings with the fantasy world.
Boy.
And there's other things that they gotta do stuff there. But Ophelia's primary mission is rescue Scout.
I mean, essentially, Phoenix. Like, because I can also specify that Owen is also an artificer, and one of the items he made shortly before this whole stunt of turning himself into a warforged.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I'm sorry. Did I have a moment there? I think I did.
You may have.
I think you're allowed a moment there.
But yeah, one of the things he did shortly before that whole stunt was he made himself a mask of disguise, which can pretty much allow him to cast disguise self anytime he wants.
At will, which is something that I'm also going to be taking for Ophelia next time she actually levels up, because she's going to get Eldritch Invocations as a warrior. Warlock. Did I just kick that thing?
Probably.
And one of those is
a good way to accomplish your goals.
Mask of Many Faces. You are. What? He just existed for a second, Farcas. How can you have had enough of him? Anyway.
I mean, there are people like that. Let's not lie.
I mean, I will say, one of my favorite things so far is that basically anytime Ophelia sees Owen next, oh my god, Farcas, no! Your neck! She's basically going to be doing, like, he'll say 2 words, and her response is going to be, 1-800, did I ask?
Oh!
Gotta make some margaritas. Ooh. Yeah, so this campaign, I mean, I will say that it has consumed my life for the last 6 months now.
Oh yeah, it's definitely my new hyperfixation.
It sounds like a ball. From what I've heard from it, just sounds excellent.
Oh yeah. Farcas is not a werewolf. He's a were-owl. Yeah, anyway. But God, no, I'm excited especially because the OTP for Ophelia is now on the cusp of actually becoming a thing in the campaign as soon as they're able to actually retrieve him.
Yeah.
It's time for a fetch quest.
It really is.
Or would it be considered more of an escort mission?
Yes.
Stuff can be 2 things.
Oh, man.
Amulet of Julianos? Ooh.
Ooh. That sounds like a cool thing.
I actually might equip that because it increases mana by 10%, or magicka.
Bad.
Shoot things with fire a little bit better.
I mean,
Increases your magicka by 10 points. Yeah, I will wear that.
good find.
Eee. Good relationships are like legendary Pokemon. Honestly, here's the thing. They've only known each other for 2 weeks. They met 2 weeks ago, and again, it was under false pretenses, no less. But, like, that first conversation, like, we've kind of retconned it that basically the 2 of them, like, while initially it was just like, it was a pleasant conversation. That was very nice. Thank you we retconned it to be that both of them were like, oh god, they're cute. And then, like, legitimately it was a pleasant enough conversation that it even kind of makes sense that it would stand out for both of them. We didn't have to retcon anything they said to fit in with the 2 of them being attracted to each other. Even to the point where one of Ophelia's best friends, who was in the room at the time... Okay, so Scout ended that conversation by bowing to her in a very classic gentlemanly way.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And that made Diane, one of Ophelia's best friends, go, ooh, at her.
I mean, you see some fucking, like, blonde twink in cosplay come up to you and bow before, engaging in conversation. I imagine your friends are gonna be ribbing you a bit for it.
Alright, let's see. Oh.
Something Nagato cosplayers.
You're not even wrong.
I am just losing so many lockpicks.
Does anyone have a random motivation in the middle of the night to do? That's a mood, China. It's hard sometimes just to get motivated to do shit that needs to be done, but oftentimes what I find helps is just having that's extra brain cell in a friend to remind you, hey, yeah, remember that shit that needs to get done? Still needs to get done.
See, my random motivation in the middle of the night is to be on this stream, because I don't sleep. Like...
You might want to work on that.
Sounds like a... Nah, that...
No! It was so close!
No.
Jesus.
So many lockpicks.
So little time.
All right. I don't have time for this.
Jesus.
I don't.
I don't blame you.
Just set the shit on.
Just set it on fire. Sure,
Because
why
why
not?
not? I mean, when you don't have a table to flip, that's the next best thing.
So I should probably also save. That might be a good idea.
Mayhaps.
There's a lot of urns that just have money in them. Is this a thing? Do people keep the money in urns?
Yes.
Or am I weird for finding that weird?
Well, I mean, think about how many cultures actually have the concept that the material things that you have in life are things that you get that surround you in your death. They get buried with their things. Like, it's an actual very common thing. Like, someone gets buried with the family jewels or something.
Okay, you're right.
Or
yeah.
ancient
I can see
Egyptians
that.
who then built temples to some of the people who died. F for the lockpicks.
Because they are living in a material world.
And
No.
I am a material girl. Okay.
My word.
Alright, let's see. What are we doing? Just taking a look around. There will probably be more enemies. Oh, yep, there they are.
Yeah.
Is someone there? Yes, there's someone here.
There sure is.
Oh.
And whoever they are is about to meet fire.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh. Whoa! Hey. No.
I feel like at some point we need a compilation of these sounds.
Up. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Speak of the
whoop,
devil.
Whoop. But I am definitely looking forward to the continuation of the campaign. Like I said,
Oh yeah.
there is a lot that, yeah. And I am biased towards OTPs because they are cute.
I mean,
And I'm actually, like I said, even down to, I'm waiting to actually see the people's reactions, the rest of the team's reactions in character to Scout joining the call. Because the last time they saw him, he was trying to kill them.
yeah. And the last time they met, Owen shot him in the fucking head.
Oh, yeah.
I
Okay, so
remember
yeah, it's
that.
gonna, well, it's, so that metallic voice that you, well, he's probably not going to be metallic voiced. I think he's probably going to be making himself human appearing. If
Well,
and when he
it
shows up.
depends.
Well, I have an idea of how things are going. We'll see how it all goes. That is a pressure plate.
A trap in my dungeon? It's more likely than you think.
Than you think.
What? Oh, hi. Did you want fire? Cause I've got fire for you.
I've got flames to spare.
Would you like fire with that?
Would you be willing to spare a cup of fire today?
Toss a fire to your dragonborn.
Ah, man. Alright, take care, China.
Oh. Okay. Yep. Take care, China. All of China. Take
It
care
was
of
really
yourself.
nice for the entirety of China to join us for this stream.
Honestly? Oh! Thank
know
you,
what?
Donna.
I should have asked them to liberate Hong Kong while they were still here.
Ophelia and Scout forever. Thank you, Donna, for your €5 donation to this stream. No need for a bar and grill when you could got fire in your hands.
I mean, that's
She
just
should-
it.
She should open a restaurant.
That's just it. Just put some meat on a flat surface and you got your own teppanyaki table.
Stop words.
She was already pouring him a brimming cup of fire.
Oh, one that I can just chat. Just okay. Scroll of Call to Arms? Okay.
I mean,
Cool.
do you need 2 extra arms?
Yes.
I
To
mean,
hold
listen,
all of my husbands.
if Asura's Wrath has taught me anything, it's that you can never have too many arms.
What?
Retrieve arms from chest.
Why were you saying, hey? What did I do?
What a wonderful kind of day.
Let this over there.
Hey!
Put it back, right?
What did you give? What? Embalming tool added? I did not want that!
More embalming.
What is with this game and giving me things I don't want?
It's a very leading question, though. Very leading question.
Like,
Farcas!
there are few games that properly portray aggressive generosity quite as aptly as this one.
It just makes me think of last episode and getting
It's
encumbered
like-
every 5 seconds.
It's like when you have like an office lunch or something, and there's that one person who made something for the rest of your coworkers.
Okay, but
and
no-
they're aggressively pushing their baked goods onto you.
I'm sorry, but Farcas is like, you dropped this. You probably want this back. And I'm like, Farcas, sweetie, no. I did not want it. I
Why
appreciate...
are all your husbands such garbage?
Hey! Alright, yes, I dropped it. I did not want it, Farcas. You dropped this. Excuse me?
Yes, I threw it.
Oh my
Away.
word.
Okay, so we have someone in the chat who,
Ah, boy.
yeah, you can go ahead and go away.
We've had several of, well, not several of them. There's been one person using alts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it is what it is.
yep, okay. Yep, alright.
Anyway, moving on.
Time to continue in the Elder Scrolls embalming tool collection.
Yes. Footloose
Yeah.
and fancy free.
Oh, I already knew that this game was going to be a fucking blessing. Also, I'm going to say this. I mean, we had someone in the chat. For those of you who are watching this back later who were not present for this, we had someone in the chat thinking that they were going to be clever by their attempts to swear at me. I'm sorry to say that that's not going to bother me, but it's just going to... I'm going to find that obnoxious. What? Oh, hi.
It's not gonna bother me. I'm just gonna find it obnoxious.
What is going to bother you though is people is your NPCs randomly appearing behind you. Like,
Yeah. Teleport
Because-
behind you.
nothing personal, kid.
Uh,
Nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah. Never changed, Giovanni.
But, like, if you guys gotta come here and try to be a lay of shit, like, I'm even just gonna preemptively say, especially if anyone's watching this, if your life is so sad that you have to go into someone else's, stream or chat or something like that and spam things or be a dick to people, I don't know what to tell you outside of I genuinely pity you because you have less than of a life than I do. And that's an accomplishment. Or, well, I guess the exact opposite of an accomplishment. I will say that is an incredible feat to be able to achieve that. And it's
Round
not
of
a
applause.
it's not a great thing that you got going on there. Are people spending their Saturday night being rude in streams? Sad. Exactly.
Insert that Sonic meme.
God, you're
You know
pathetic.
exactly the one that I mean. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you're actually pretty sad. Oh, this is a cage. What? Oof.
That's something you never want to hear in the dark. Oh, this is a cage.
Ooh. I don't trust cages in the dark. I feel I don't know if that's just a general thing or maybe just a good rule of thumb.
I mean, I generally
Cages
just
are
trust
normally bad
cages.
news.
Yeah.
We probably got some folks coming. They're
Yeah.
probably going to be running up this way shortly. And there's also the Draugr.
Exactly, Rubrina. If you're given the option of being rude to random people online or getting some ice cream, just get some ice cream.
Oops.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be iced tea. I mean, either works.
Yeah.
What did I pick up?
Yeah, just get some ice cream instead. That's instant gratification.
Sorry, can't type. Too busy. Listen, I'm stupidly excited because I've for among many reasons, I'm what the kids call high risk. So I haven't gone out and done my own shopping in like 2 months, which is difficult because I am one of those people who can't shop properly unless what I want is right in front of me. And of course, it's impossible to get delivery. So I've been relying on some very nice volunteers getting my shopping. But I managed to, by refreshing the page of my grocery store at like midnight, I managed to actually get a slot. So I've ordered my own shopping for the first time in like 2 months, and it's coming on Tuesday, and I've got a load of ice cream coming in, and I'm so excited. It's really, really sad, but I'm just excited. I just want to sit and eat ice cream.
I mean, dude, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, ice cream is one of those privileges at this point where if you can get your hands on it, go all in. And I'll even say, once all this is over, if you ever find your way over to Portland, I definitely have to take you to a specific ice cream place here called Salt and Straw.
Yes.
Salt and Straw.
Yep, they've got some really interesting ice cream flavors, like pear and blue cheese.
Yeah, they have fantastic. Oh God. Hey, we've got great fight chemistry there.
Yeah.
I start the fire. We didn't start the fire.
No,
Wait, yes, I
because
did.
There's only one set of lyrics I can hear to that song, and it's not the original.
God, let me just read over some of these flavor things, because there's some weird ones, like bone marrow and smoked cherries.
Yeah.
Wild foraged berry pie, salted caramel cupcake.
Okay, that sounds really nice.
Coconut milk and cashew brittle.
Sure.
Let's see here.
Is this the same place that does those really weird, like, donuts that you?
No, that's
that you've
Voodoo.
done in your videos?
No, that's Voodoo Donuts. That's a different place.
Yeah.
I will say Dough Donuts is another great place here. Like there's just good food in Portland in general.
Back with the Marge.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone decided to be stupid and tried to spam obscenities in the chat and was like, congratulations, you're a child with no life.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a child with no life, and I'm doing better than you.
Exactly. Well,
You know?
you're not a child with no life. Your life is being fantastic and wonderful, and I love you.
Ooh, speaking of sweet, because you brought up Alex, another flavor I forgot about, honey lavender.
Oh, that
Ooh.
sounds really nice.
It is.
Yes.
Listen, I am the kind of person who, like, on a bad day will eat honey with a spoon. So...
Nice.
That sounds
Sounds
like a
like
good
one
day
down.
to me.
Oh, another
Listen.
one of my favorites is strawberry honey balsamic with black pepper.
Ah, yes.
Oh, that just sounds like an
It's
assault on
better
the
than
senses
it
to me.
sounds, trust me.
I mean, I would hope so, because it doesn't sound good.
I mean, again, there are ones here you would never think would work, and yet they find a way.
I will say, like, the ice cream combination that I got was the one that was the peach. I think it was peaches and blue cheese.
Pear and blue cheese.
Pear and blue cheese. Oh,
Yeah.
Blue cheese
Farcas.
ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Farcas saved me. I love
hear
you,
the
husband.
cogs turning in my head as I'm trying to process that.
I mean, to be fair,
There's some
you also
whirring
had similar
going on.
cogs going through your head when you heard of biscuits and gravy. So,
Don't even. Don't get me started on biscuits and gravy again, because I know what it is now, and I know what it looks like. But
You know,
every
I
time
would-
I hear the phrase biscuits and gravy,
I
it's
I would legit be curious to try certain kinds of cookies with gravy,
Yeah, depending on the gravy, I could see it working really well with like the sweet and savory.
Mm-hmm. Especially if it was like a sweet and sour gravy type.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Or
got the
really-
same kind of concept as like Weird Al's Twinkie Wiener sandwich. You got some of the sweet, you got the savory mixed in there. You know, like all in moderation, it can really work.
But yes,
No,
also...
okay, this is actually a really sorry. This brings me on to the most important question because I've seen this food referenced a lot, and I have no idea what it is.
What?
What is a Twinkie?
Oh, it's a snack
Wow,
cake.
Really? Oh yeah, it's basically like angel food cake. It's like basically about like 3 inches by 1 inch of angel food cake stuffed with like this white creamy frosting.
Oh, it's like a knockoff eclair.
Sort
Pretty
of?
much, but
It's...
like with sponge cake.
It's actually, I mean, it's interesting. I don't exactly get them a lot, but basically like a little mini snack cake that you can just, you know, snack on. And it's usually pretty small. You don't want to, it's very, there are also things like that are notoriously long lasting.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I've seen. I've seen the high quality memes.
Oh yeah.
So there's that. Also, as a side note, Gab, we did continue elaborating on the relationship with Scout and Ophelia, including the fact that their first conversation, where at the time we were treating it just like as a pleasant conversation with someone who would eventually become their enemy. But when we went back to retcon that, no, wait, there was attraction here, we had to literally change nothing about the dialogue. Even down to the fucking bow at the end of it. But it's
Just be like that.
it has been a charming relationship between the two of them in many different senses. And the only thing that she had to do was be sweet on him for one day for him to be like, yeah, I'm okay.
Guess I'll change my entire worldview.
Yeah, well, to be fair, she made a very good case for it.
I heard something very different for a second.
Oh, it's a skeever.
Which unfortunately was still applicable. Sorry. For a split sec, Alex, I thought I heard you say, guess I'll change my hentai worldview.
No!
I mean, I would.
Griffin. No.
Oops, they shipped themselves. Yep, they really did. It's like, we didn't even realize it that the two of them were already making their plans to ship themselves. Okay, but they didn't know it. We didn't know it. No one knew it. It just happened.
Glad I wasn't alone, Zach.
Hello, Viola, and hello, Scully. Welcome to the stream. This is... I think we're talking about hentai. Apparently.
Hentai
To the
worldview.
podcast.
It is a cute ship, and I love them, and I still love the fact that literally Scouts, like, yelled at the end of their last conversation because she called him darling.
Yeah.
I
His-
mean,
To
a
be
big
clear,
mood.
to make it, his last name is Darlow, and that's a rat.
Well, just put it in your pocket with the rest of them.
I will fucking destroy you. Farcas.
Why are the rats so big in this game? Why can't like fantasy games have like regular sized rats or like no rats?
I think you just answered your own question, Alex.
Alchemy lab. You cannot.
Can you
I'm
get
in
the
combat. Who am I in combat with? Someone on the other side of the door?
Maybe it's a rat.
You get into bed at your own in your own house in the quiet of your own home, and you see a message appear above you. You cannot sleep when there are monsters nearby.
Oh god, I hate my mind because like the subsequent like pattern is like, oh, I found an alchemy lab. Wait, what's attacking me? Big brother.
I have no comment. I have no comment. That's all. You exhaust me.
I
Yeah.
have that effect on a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Rat teleports behind you. God, now I'm just picturing Giovanni with a rat face.
Oh, so you mean Ramsey?
Listen.
Oh, if I go into sneak mode, I can... Oh, thank you.
Oh, useful.
Yes.
You never say you didn't learn anything on here on Loreley's stream.
Speaking of, go watch Epithet Erased.
Yes. Fortify... Oh, that's right. I can.
600 hours?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's pretty impressive. That's nearly as many hours as I've logged into Animal Crossing in the last few weeks. But no, that's a lot. That's very impressive.
I mean, help would be appreciated.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm... Lavender. Let's make it.
Oh, hey, welcome, Sean.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, potion of fortify conjuration. Nice.
Ooh.
For anyone not seeing the chat, we've also been joined by Cadet Hat Sean, another player in the campaign.
Smash stream wrapped, and now it's time to support my other streaming friends. Yay! I am
haven't
so...
done well enough Skyrim.
Well... I
formally apologize for interrupting.
If you consume an ingredient, you'll learn some of it. So I'm just supposed to stick butterflies in my mouth? Okay.
I mean, why not?
Quit alchemy?
That's not food, Elise. This is food.
So here's my consideration. Let's see. I would be tempted to have Gab join us in call, or even possibly Sean if they want to be in call. You just eat them. Wholesome friendship things. Especially in terms of helping. The only difference is that, unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to see it until it came up in stream. But, also I enjoy talking with you, so, Ragnar, you got it before me. Oh!
Oh,
Sean!
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So Sean just did $20. I am here. Oh wait, no, sorry. Griffin, you deliver that as you know who.
I am here, and here's some money.
You can just ask me question, just the one.
One. Law can have littler question as a gift.
I'm sorry. You can just ask me question, but just the one.
Hold on. You can ask a question once.
Everybody gets one.
You get one. Okay, here's my question.
Please.
Why did it take this long to do the scout rescue mission? I know why. It was because we needed to have the Owen thing happen.
Screen time.
But
I mean...
no! Fuck you!
I mean, I'd say, I would be down to have them in call. What say you, Alex?
Listen, these are people that I have never talked to before, but I am very sure that we are the high quality pal.
Do you want it to still happen? Bitch!
Never anger a DM.
You know what? It would be really awful if they did have that 18-page conversation only for something to actually throw a wrench in the plans and they wouldn't be able to actually go out there. That would be the worst. I shouldn't give you ideas. Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend not.
To be fair, though, Gab was the one that gave me the idea inadvertently about how to fucking break the world by being a warlock sorcerer. So,
That was great.
I'm gonna break your game, Gab. I hope you realize.
You already
You
have.
sent me those messages about that. I was just cackling.
Would be a shame if something happened. Gab. Gab.
You're gonna put a horse head in Scout's bed?
Oh my god, no!
Good luck. God, I'm
Sorry,
terrified.
Falcon.
Yeah, Farcas, you go ahead and take care of it. Wait, what? No! Get the rat, you fucking idiot! Your job is to stop that!
Oh, man.
You ran in and you
Had one
stopped!
job.
You had one job and you couldn't. You ran in and then you fucking stopped. What even the fuck are you?
Also, Sean raises a valid point. We gotta have the retrieval arc. It's a hallmark of every anime.
True. The way you jump at
When's the
skeevers gives me...
competition arc?
Yeah, but you say good luck. We are going to need it. We're in a bad enough situation where we're going to be putting ourselves against at least potentially 2 of the biggest bads. Oh, it went for you first.
Actually, Fox's job is to evaluate your performance.
I keep setting him on fire, so I'm sure he's proud of me.
Get an A+ in toasting.
Did you pull? Oh, that's a spider! Oh, that's a bigger spider! Oops.
Oh, I forgot.
Burn it. Send it to
Passwords.
Phil.
I forgot these were a
Oh,
thing.
I'm gonna look away from the screen now.
Valid.
You good?
Yeah, I have seen parts of this specific area before, but normally when I'm witnessing it, it's through the is it a mod that turns spiders into cows or something?
I would not be surprised. Oh,
They
that's...
turn it into some barnyard animal of some kind. It's excellent.
Should I eat the spider eggs to find out what they do? I really don't like that concept.
Eat the eggs to gain their power.
See now, Law, now you sound like a scientist.
You're not even wrong. You know what?
now
I'm
you're
gonna
thinking
do
with
that.
Roleplay.
I am going to eat a single spider egg. A single spider egg. I'm going to eat this.
Well, the benefit is if you're eating it with your left hand, it's already cooked.
Laura, let me help you mod your game. Maybe. Someday. Damage stamina. And I ate it. Awesome. Thanks.
GG.
Potion of helping. Special effects. Harms you physically.
It looks like you're trying to eat spider young. Can I help you with that?
Congratulations, you can now feel the inside of your skull.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
And now I'm moving slower. Awesome. Why did I listen to you guys again?
You were the one who came up with the idea!
Why did I listen to you guys telling me, yeah, no, go ahead and eat a fucking spider egg?
It was for science.
As long as one of us encourages her, Ragnar, it's all good. Look at the bright side, it recovered quickly.
I see Gab is having a gay old time.
Oh, there you are! That's what you are! You're that!
No thanks.
Be dead. Be dead
Hot
instead.
sauce. Have you considered burning?
Have you considered not doing that?
They introduce you to our Lord and Savior, fire.
Let me introduce you to a whole bunch of fuck you.
There's no need to wonder where your god is.
Ooh, level up.
And he's fresh out of mercy.
Oh, I can level up, sweet.
A whole new burn.
A new fantastic fuck you. But when it's way up here, it's crystal clear. It's time to kill my friends.
You've been trying for years.
Feels fair.
No.
Actually, wait, no, what am I doing? I don't feel fear. I welcome this.
Oh yeah?
You're breaking
Then
my
look at the
facade of
screen.
craving death.
Hey, welcome, Larks.
Hi.
Hey. Well,
I've been demoted to chat.
Wow.
what? What's a lucky hit? No one hit you. What? Oh, that's what hit you. An arrow. Because you're stupid. Lucky hit? It was an arrow. What the fuck do you mean by that, Farcas?
Lucky shot. Golly. One of us. One of us.
Don't kill your friends, Lore. Wait for the blue shell first. Wow.
I mean-
Arrowed! You finally made it to the street. Yes, yay! Lore, Griffin, and chat. Also Alex.
Yes.
I'm chat now.
Yes, you are! Oh, my skin.
Well, there are you two sharing the brain cells and being effectively the same person. Does that make me the audience surrogate?
I mean, you have been adopted, so.
Alright, let's see. So I think... Are you?
Well,
No.
I'll take it.
No, you're just a dead guy. Okay.
Yes. Not sure how many questions related to Hades we can answer, Zach, considering I know next to nothing about that game personally. I just watched a trailer and tried to do a voice.
I don't know anything about that game, but if one of the options is fists, the answer is fists.
Basically, you play Carcat.
Oh.
And I say that because everyone's color palette makes them look like trolls.
Just taking all of
You
these...
need to do this to me. That wasn't
Taking-
necessary.
Taking
That
all
was
of
by
these
no need necessary.
dead guys' money. I don't need an iron helmet. Let's see. A live jogger will have clothing. Yeah, I know. That's not gonna stop me from setting fire to every dead person I see.
Yeah, a live jogger will have clothing. Well, it depends on what beach they're jogging on.
No. No. Just no.
Alright, now that you said something stupid, it's time to drog you. Teenage runs away from his away from his father in the Greek underworld.
Oh, I did that.
How is Babby formed? How is Babby formed?
How is Babby formed? How is Babby
Is it
formed?
possible
How girl get
that
pregnant?
I may have be pregnant.
Pregnant.
A women just have starch masks on her body.
I love.
Doesn't
Okay,
mean-
no, but the inherent humor in that moment is that initially he read it as starch marks.
Yes.
Pause. If a woman have
Women has
Women.
starch masks.
starch
God, I love that video
masks.
so much.
Laura's just making sure that there's no zombies. Pregnant, pregnant. Can oo get pregante?
And get
When I
A
was
Ouija board.
When I was younger, when I was like 15 or 16, on my Tumblr, I got bombarded by a bunch of anonymous asking if I was pregnant in the form of that video. But important context, I had never heard of the video.
Oh.
So I was very worried, and I did not like it. And I asked people to stop, and they didn't. But it was
wait.
very confusing,
Yeah, that's Tumblr.
and that's how I was introduced to that video. And then I much later found it again, and then found it much more funny.
Yeah. I think my favorite iteration of that is like the Steven Universe animatic
Yes.
they did.
Yeah, that's the exact one that I picture every time.
Yes, especially given the Gregnant part.
Can you get
Pregante.
Fire breath.
Oh yes, they also
Because
did
you
the
need more
Ouija board
fire.
asks. Does anyone know how to find a Ouija board?
Does anyone know how to do a Luigi board?
Ouija?
Ouija board.
Ouija?
My word.
Oh.
Oh.
Dragon souls are required to unlock shouts. Okay. I see.
You can become powerful through the inherent power of murder.
Damn, well, you know what? Serena Midoriya-kun. I want to play D&D, but we can only do that once a week, apparently.
Shots fired?
I remember that first time I watched these videos, I legitimately had to hold myself because I was laughing so hard. I really want to burp fire. Yes. Yes.
Don, what do you think I'm doing right now?
I love the fucking contrast between Yes Lord Senpai, bitch!
The duality of man.
Oh yes.
The duality of Gab.
Well, I mean, that's just that the duality of Gab is Gab and Weldon.
We play for like 6
You know what?
Like, see,
you
you know
say
what you
no. You don't understand. You say that. I was actually thinking in my head the duality of Sam. So you don't understand
Called out.
how much I hate. No, you're on fire. I'm gonna kill you. Okay. Now you're on fire.
Sam Undertake.
Sam Undertale.
I'm sorry. But yes, the duality of Sam. We play for like 6 hours, bitch. Yeah. What's your fucking point? I want more. Sam Gab. Yes, Lord. Weldon Gab, bitch. I'm sorry, is Weldon calling me a bitch?
The ladies can't get enough of me. And I'm essentially a Darkiplier fan character. I'm sorry, Gab, I had to.
You can't see my face.
Even if you could see my face, you wouldn't be able to see my face.
Gab's response for the
Shut.
Gab's response in the chat for people who are listening to this later was Griffin, shut! I'm yelling, invite
so she can yell at me.
invite me into the
listen.
call. I can
If
do
we
that.
are getting the opportunity for someone to yell at Griffin, I'm like 104% down.
I mean, I'm down for it too if you guys are down.
I mean, Gab, do you genuinely want to join the call? This is what I was offering before. I'll make a new chat because I don't want to be calling you every Saturday, but like, I will legit, I will have you yell at especially Griffin live, if that's what you
hell yeah.
want.
Also, me having the opportunity to actually be in a call with Gab for the first time ever. Fun.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Hell yeah.
Sean sips margarita. This is all just fucking happening right now. I'm just letting it happen. Yes, please. Okay.
Step right up, yell at Griffin for $5.
It's like, Sean, hold my earrings. I gotta call it again into.
New tier for your Patreon. For the low price of $5 a month, you can join call and yell at Griffin.
For the low price of fuck you, you can join calls.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, why does everyone have names?
That's a good question.
I am. It would be a little bit more difficult without them, but
Okay, so first, wait, I'm adding people to the. Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to excuse me because I am idiot.
Mood.
Alright, so that
Kim.
person and that person.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, so yay.
All right. So, shall we?
There we go. Yeah, let's switch it on over.
Okay.
Dory wants to throw hands. Hello? Oh boy. Oh, I'm not.
So mad
What?
when I heard you say that.
For some reason, even though I opened the call, I wasn't actually invited into the call.
Oh,
Sorry,
this is a
sorry,
little
Lord, you're
weird.
not invited.
The power of yelling at Griffin is stronger.
Apparently,
I
it
am
supersedes channel rights.
I'm screaming at Griffin for free. He just can't hear me. Yeah. Anyway, so yes, it's time for Gab to yell at Griffin for the fucking or Darkiplier fan character.
Ding,
You
ding.
too can scream at Griffin for 3 payments of $89.93.
I'm
What?
so
Why?
upset with you, Griffin.
Do
I heard you,
tell.
when I heard you, I was sitting here, sipping my margarita, having a grand old time, watching Roleplay Skyrim, one of my favorite games in the world, 600 hours plus. And I hear you mutter the word Darkiplier in my presence. Do you understand
Well,
how livid
understand.
I am right now with you?
Why do you think I said it?
How disappointed I am. I let you kill Owen, and this is the thanks I get.
On.
And that is Sean in the background.
Yeah.
My support group.
I can't breathe.
Oh, this is
Oh
why I
god, fucking!
love- This is why I love you, Chuckle Fuck.
You, I'll be back.
Okay.
I want to be clear to the chat real quick. I don't
by
have
all
anything
means.
against Markiplier or Darkiplier. Those things. I was in the Darkiplier fandom.
Yes,
I
and
have
that's where Weldon came from.
He's not. Okay, listen. I want to clear the air that no, it is not. He is not. He was always
He's the
an effeminate
spitting image of it,
vampire
for
man.
fuck's sake.
That is how he always began, and I swear to God, it was not because of YouTube Let's Player Markiplier.
Wait, oh god, you fucking... What? Why?
You know, thanks to the YouTube algorithm, you can tag this video with Markiplier now.
You know, you're not wrong.
Get them clicks.
Play that algorithm, girl.
Also, hi, Gab. We've never met, and I'm not. Well, we have.
I know,
talked, but
I am
we've never been in call.
I apologize.
I'm not
but
part
this
of
is the first
your.
conversation we've had.
No. It's my pleasure. I'm not in your D&D group, but I'm a big fan of your work.
Oh yes.
Aw, thank you.
When Law wants to info dump about the D&D group, I believe I'm the first port of call.
Aw, I actually really love that. Like, I'm sure you're aware that the first version of that campaign was actually a podcast as well.
Yes.
Yes.
And so
Wait,
I felt
oh no,
bad-
Farcas!
Oh no.
Ah!
Bad that we
Okay.
did not continue it as a podcast, but it's one of the things where
Hang
I
on.
know that
Farcas, wait! I want to give you stuff. Hang on. Farcas!
we're having a crisis. Hold on.
See you, Nicholas. No longer is he a Darkiplier fan character, but revived as an Antisepticeye fan character.
No.
Nicholas, I swear, God.
We thought this was people yelling at
Top of the
Griffin
morning
hours,
to
but it's
here.
not. It's actually just Gab yelling at everyone hours, which personally I'm all here for.
I am upset. I'm hurt.
Well, I mean, in your defense, that's when you do some of your best work.
Yeah,
True. Thank you.
and also hurting us.
I mean, what did I just say?
I love
Listen.
pain.
Griffin, you picked the perfect time to upset me. You have a session tomorrow.
True. I
I'm not gonna forget by tomorrow.
I picked the perfect
Plus-
time to upset you. Session is tomorrow, and you're drinking.
Yeah?
Sean wanted margaritas, so I made margaritas.
Hell yeah. Live your best life.
Yeah, valid.
It also means because it's not day of, you have time to plan something more painful than on the fly.
Absolutely.
So let's
Oh,
make
yeah.
it clear that it was Griffin who decided to do this to you.
I was ground zero, yes.
Oh yes, of course. It was just Griffin and not you with the comment that I can't play Skyrim because you want to play more D&D.
No, I didn't say you. I didn't say that you can't play. No, that's not spread misinformation. I didn't say you couldn't play Skyrim.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Ooh, how the turns. have
Ladies,
tabled.
you're both beautiful.
We
I
are.
just came here to have a good time.
But,
and
like-
I'm having a really, really good time.
Let's just
I
say,
was about to say.
let's not take it out on Scout that Griffin decided to be a dick. Let's just say that.
Oh no! That's not what I was gonna. No. I was not gonna take it out on Scout. That was something else.
Huh? What? Huh? Farcas? What? Huh? We went through a cave. What is to be confusing here?
Huh? What is this place?
Well, maybe the giant spiders and living corpses to start.
Okay, to change the subject from my anger into the thing that I enjoy the most. Like, how are you enjoying Skyrim so far? What have you done so far?
I have gone to Whiterun and I've actually killed the I've killed the first dragon that you can actually kill. And I have joined the companions.
Yes.
And been distracted by every
Right.
butterfly.
Every.
And cabbage.
And cabbage.
That's the point of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
Distract
And
yourself.
salt. There was the hunt for salt.
Yes.
Honestly, like I'm glad to hear that. Like, so, excuse me. So this is like the first side quest line that you've really kind of gone into.
I've gone through a couple of them, yeah, but yeah, I've found a couple of locations just wandering around, but officially, yes, this is the first side quest that is being guided by an NPC other than the kill a dragon for the Jarl and contact the Jarl and all of that stuff. So
Giant
Farcas,
spiders with chainmail, yes please. Giant spiders with chainmail, no thank you. I'll pass.
Farcas is good.
When he's not got his eyes rolled up into the back of his head.
Or
oh, I
running
can
into
fast
fields.
travel. Sweet.
Yes.
Ooh.
See, the downside with this is you probably are playing Skyrim vanilla, like totally vanilla, right?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Laura, how
So-
deep are you with the companions? I'm on the getting the item for Skewer, the I guess the weapon fragment or whatever. We've just seen Farcas turn into a werewolf. I'm getting crushed by the weight of all the rewards. Yeah. So I think I mentioned this earlier, but like I'm having difficulty with inventory management. And the Jarl kept giving me things as rewards for completing missions for him.
You
And
have
so,
no
like-
choice but to accept.
Yeah, so he would give me a fucking armor, and I was like, bitch, I'm a mage. And he gave me this armor, and I would suddenly move slow down to a crawl, so I had to dump some stuff. And then I go out, and then I come back, and he gives me a fucking shield, and I'm like, please don't. So I leave on another thing, and I come back, and he gives me and I literally, as he's giving me a sword, I'm going, please don't give me anything. Please don't give me, why are you giving me a thing?
Like eating up to like 20 or so carrots to free up space every time.
So, you know, they be... I mean, I already okay. I've already played through some of this game before. I did get through to the actually becoming a werewolf. Like, get that whole sequence. I did get a house. I did marry Farcas, like, immediately. But beyond that, I actually don't know, like, 99% of Skyrim.
You also adopted a kid.
I haven't adopted the
and-
kid yet. Sorry?
Oh no, I was just about to say, I definitely won't spoil anything about Skyrim for you. Like, if you have questions about stuff, I will absolutely help, because Skyrim is one of those things, if you've never even played the story, I won't force any mods on you, because it's good to play it vanilla once through. I will say I'll help you clean your game if you would like me to help you with that, because vanilla Skyrim is a little trash.
I mean...
But it's funny trash.
Oh,
No, file sizes.
Ah,
Trash.
okay.
I can help you clean that.
what was that, Bellathor? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, you got a problem with me, Bellathor? Excuse-moi?
I mean,
If I had a sister, sell her in a second. I don't remember.
just sneeze on them. That seems to solve all your problems.
Yeah, cause another street riot. That worked last time.
For reference, Gab, before you tuned in, one of the city guards made a snide comment, and Lore did the Dragonborn breath on him, and all the citizens of the city started attacking literally all the guards.
Oh my god.
So she basically launched a revolution by sneezing.
Yep.
Lore, I love that you save and then try to kill someone and go back. Holy shit.
Dude,
Holy shit.
why wouldn't? That was a merchant. Yeah, but he talked shit. He talked shit, he gets hit. Actually, he talks shit, he gets spit. Okay. I'm sorry, you were trying...
between you and I, Lore. You will save your game and then go out on your murder spree just to get it out of the way, get it out of your system, and then you'll go back and you'll keep going as if it didn't happen, because you did get it out of your system, it did happen. Whereas I will play a completely nice character, get completely frustrated by the world, and then afterwards create a completely evil character who kills everybody.
I can't do evil.
Oh man, it's hard. I have a hard time staying evil in this world because I don't like permanently killing NPCs. But my current character that I love is a vampire named Jezzy, who just loves killing and eating people. She's a cannibal vampire, and you know.
Also, Sean, all I really add to the vanilla Skyrim is essential traveling partners, because much like Modem, I adopt NPCs that I like, and if anything happens to them, I will kill everyone in the area and then myself. That's fair. Also, please try not to have Duo get himself killed, just as a side note. Lord just straight up murdering people. I heard that you were talking shit.
God, that even reminds me, Gab, didn't Weldon start out as a vampire in his original conception?
Yes, I was yelling about that before, so I can actually explain you guys a little bit of Modem lore from, like, I know.
What about me?
But, shut up. So when I was playing up Modem initially, and I have the pictures of this, I had created like 2 NPCs at the beginning. The idea behind Modem was there's 2 worlds. There's our equivalent world. It's kind of like an anime Japan world.
Yeah.
And then there's Faerun. And those 2 worlds are linked. Now, I had 2 NPCs that were going to be like the main character helpers. The first one was Prin, the pixie. She was always the first NPC I created. And I couldn't actually decide if she was evil or not. Like, you know, Monokuma-esque or Kyubey-esque. The other one was Yona, who was going to be like the class president and your best friend kind of situation. But then I realized it's like, well, I can't just depend on that, so I really have to come up with other NPCs. So I created some other ideas. One of them was this guy in like a button-down shirt, kind of open to the top, pants. He had like black hair kind of smoothed back, and he was going to be a vampire. And then I thought, okay, well, I mean, that's pretty plain. So I started drawing him out more, and that was the initial sketch from Weldon. Because eventually I made his hair go up kind of like the, what's his name? Gundam from Super Danganronpa 2.
Yeah.
Gave him a big flowy cape, gave him nice dress attire, gave him the goatee, and I'm like, okay, well this is something else now. And I made him the evil wizard character. I was thinking more like along the lines of Discord, like from My Little Pony.
Yeah.
Evil at first.
Is he howling at the moon?
Which is funny because I was even modeling Ophelia after Fluttershy, so in retrospect.
You know, yeah.
No, but Alex, what I love about your comment was he howling at the moon was that one time Gab revealed a bit of art showing Weldon at his lowest point, and came out with the comment, "It's the Wolfman!"
So, like, even better, so she posted that picture of him at his lowest point, just screaming with the, do you ever just need to scream? And I just was like, it's the Wolfman! And no
Howling
one could...
at the moon, no less.
Yeah?
Oh, God.
Somewhere Malden is offended at this conversation.
Are you gonna be okay?
Sean in the background. This is the best. Because you get one of them and call, apparently you get both.
Yeah.
Look, our office is shared, okay?
I know.
I love it.
You being evil, stop it. Get some help. No, but like literally, I still, because I've also been doing artwork and like, you know, speculative shit for the potential if the original timeline had continued, with Ophelia legitimately reaching out to Weldon and effectively playing the Fluttershy to his Discord, I guess.
Yeah.
And it might have actually worked, depending on how things went. This is not a modded Skyrim, this is a vanilla Skyrim.
Yeah.
There was all, I mean, I will say, I've talked at great length about how Scout is the NPC romance of Ophelia in this campaign. In this speculative alternate timeline that continued, that was likely also going to be the case.
Yep.
At least in this AU that I am fucking filling in. Only here's the thing, Scout was considerably more jaded and angry boy and broody boy.
Angsty boy.
Angsty boy, and with much more, even more deliberate intent to, and even more reason to hate Weldon. Like, he already...
They work together. Yes.
Sounds fake. That doesn't... Listen, I
Oh.
refuse to believe that it was
Would you
more
like
so.
me to talk about Scout in
Please?
Modern 1?
Go ahead.
Scout in Modern 1. In the original Modern, there were 4 mages of Dahlia, and there always have been. It was Weldon, a woman named Liara, a man named Koosbright, and another man named Scout Darlow. And Scout was never revealed by name at that point because he was the mysterious 4th mage that was gonna be like, you know, like my secret, essentially.
Well, we never met any of the mages of Dahlia. I mean, outside
true,
of
actually.
Weldon. But
That's
he
true,
never...
got to.
Yeah, he never identified himself as a mage of Dahlia. You did show us the picture. I do remember that much, but like...
Yes.
You never identified identified them as the mages of Dahlia. And we didn't meet Koosbright and Liara. So,
That's completely fair.
yeah,
So
anyway.
I forgot that. It's been a while. But basically, in that first game, and Jane can actually corroborate this because she and I think she was actually the one who helped come up with Scout's name. Specifically. Yeah, no, Scout Darlow was always going to be the one who hated Weldon the most because essentially Weldon came in and swooped up the Golden Boy position that he had been working towards. So basically everything he did was meaningless compared to this new guy who just arrived and was better than him and everything because Dahlia said so. And so he wanted to basically catch him being a scoundrel.
Yeah.
And that would be the reason why he would show up in the mundane world, to specifically capture Weldon. But only after you guys learned to like him. That was always the plan.
I love the image of like Scout working hard to just like make sure he's got place in his eyes, and just Weldon steps in, witness me.
Basically, that was it though, and
Yeah.
it was infuriating. And the only reason Scout is so different now is because he never had that competition, and he really truly was the Golden Boy.
So what's actually interesting is that
the screen time I so valiantly deserve.
with that conversation that we've been having over the last couple of days, it sounds like you effectively shunted Scout's role in Modern 1 to Scout's dad in Modern 2.
Something daddy issues.
Okay,
Oh, you
this
have no idea.
is the campaign of daddy issues!
It really is.
Everyone has daddy
Listen.
issues! No!
I don't even think that's just a campaign specific thing. If my experiences with D&D have taught me anything, D&D characters have daddy issues. full
No,
stop.
let
I
me
will
give
say-
you. Let me give you the fucking rundown, and Gab, I will absolutely let you have the floor, but I just have to say, let's go through the fucking list, alright? Let's start with Ophelia. Daddy issues where he was a cold, abandoning little piece of shit who was focused on work. They have recently reconciled, but it's still a work in progress. Owen's dad split when even before he was born.
Yeah.
Never mind that his mom apparently didn't tell him about an actual terminal disease that Owen was dealing with, but, funny story that. Let's see, Jess's dad also split fairly early on and came back into her life after her mom died, and he might be involved in further sketchy shit that we don't yet know, but he did not appear to be surprised by the existence of magic, so that's a thing to be concerned. Let's see, who else in our party?
Duo's dad pulled a Goku and ran off to
Yes!
participate in fighting competitions.
And then there's Tycho, who's an orphan.
Yeah.
Straight up orphan. So,
Ken's just fine, oddly enough.
what was it?
I love
Ken's
Ken.
just fine. He has a loving,
Ken's got a
caring...
Yeah,
And
no,
there's a loving
What a
father
good
who
boy.
cared for him.
but then we've
Good
got...
boy.
He's
I
the
love
outlier.
Ken.
So let's
I
even
love Ken.
fucking go further. Let's see, there's Sam / Weldon, who was
Also
also
an orphan.
orphaned. We
But he-
have...
Okay, to be fair, they had a good dad in the form of a Phoenix Wright lookalike that was a fairy.
Aw. Gee, I wonder
Yes.
why it was a Phoenix Wright lookalike.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Keep going.
Then there's Scout, who, with daddy issues, which is a little bit less prominent as of yet, but it's going to become an issue just shortly, because we need to either talk with Daddy Dearest or steal something from Daddy Dearest. I'm trying to, I don't know what Emma's situation is in terms of relation to father,
Can
but
I-
she
can I
seems,
tell you?
go ahead.
Tell you? They're both dead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because she lives at home alone, so...
I figured that would probably be obvious.
Yeah, I didn't want to necessarily assume, because you're also a tricksy bastard, but, like,
It's the
seems
best kind
like...
of DM though.
Seems like
Yeah.
her parents are dead.
Weldon has daddy issues in that people keep treating him like either a dad or a daddy.
Well, he wants to be well dad. Like, that seems to...
Well, dad, not well daddy.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Ophelia has flirted with him at least once.
It's a gift and a curse, really.
Yes.
And I still really wish that he had done that one thing where, like, all right, so were you going to wait for us to couldn't you have waited for us to get back before you met with a mage of Dahia? And her response being, oh, I'm sorry, did I need to run this by Daddy first?
Yes.
No!
Absolutely.
And stop. None of you are free from sin.
So, let's see, I don't know much about the actual classmates. I'm sure that they've got varying
You want me
home
to go
lives.
down the list? I'll tell you.
Please! I'm curious!
I'll open up a player doc.
Oh,
Because I'll tell you the actual statuses of dads, so long as they're not spoilers.
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's see. Player's doc.
Meanwhile, I have daddy issues with Weldon, but that's an entirely different
That's a
concept.
different set of dad issues.
Oh.
Don't get me started.
Okay, I'm going down the list.
I just have issues.
Mood.
Mood?
Mood. Anyway.
Yona Salima, she has a father in her life.
Yay.
Rachel, only a father in her life. Louis has a father and a mother. I'll specify both parents for Yona, both parents for Louis. Evelyn has both parents. Emma has no parents. Diane has both parents. Alex has both parents. I'm just gonna find the ones that don't have both parents. Oh, Jay only has a mother. I think that's it in terms of the. Joseph does not. He only has a mother as well.
So,
Going down to parents. What's up?
no, I was just saying, it's like, yeah, so it seems to be a consistent thing that dads are either absent or assholes. Or both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
I mean-
in most
Absent
of the cases,
asshole.
everybody has a
Rare
mother.
double threat.
Harris actually manages to be both.
Yeah.
Harris being Jess's father.
Yeah.
I can't wait for more of Harris, honestly.
I
And
know.
again, like, Owen's dad got his mom pregnant as a teenager and then ditched town the moment he found out.
Haha, fuck that.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of shit happening in this
Oh.
campaign,
Good
but...
job, Alex. Nice typing.
No worries.
What? Oh, yee. But yes, let's see. So, let's trace this back a little bit, because we were talking about Scout in Modern 1. And how he had issues with Weldon because Weldon came in and was like, I am here now, and took everything.
Yeah.
But he never got the chance to be introduced because, unfortunately, we were not able
World
to continue.
World
Yeah.
stopped. World machine stopped. Sorry.
And I've actually talked about this before on stream, but Weldon did not stop.
Yeah, listen. God got depressed and kind of forgot.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
Weldon...
this is like my favorite thing about the entire sort of setting. The whole using the old sort of timeline as a continuing existing story.
Aw.
I think that's fascinating. As an amateur writer, I
Me
think
too.
that's really interesting. I love it.
Of course you like it. You're a homestuck.
Well, okay.
Shut
but
up.
I
I mean,
really
mood.
appreciate that though, because like if I continue playing, it's like you can't continue playing the game if not all the players are there. So I thought, well, let's try to reboot it. Let's start over because I want us to play in that world. So the
Yeah.
idea that Walden was going to carry over from the first to the second worlds was never initially the idea, but it sprung up out of nowhere, and I thought that would make this interesting. And I'm glad I did it because it makes the world still be able to be continued, and it makes it special. So I appreciate you saying that because that's actually a thing that I had.
And I've,
Not to at you, but that's very soft.
yes. There's also the unique element of apparently there is in-universe acknowledgement of us as the players, although it's been kind of
That was
shunted.
accidental, but I went with it. That was not planned. That was an accident, but I thought, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
So
Yeah, that
that
was
now
an idea.
now the characters are at least aware that there are quote-unquote gods who are manipulating things from their plane of existence. And on the one hand, obviously the story can't continue unless these gods are here. But on the other, it's a little disconcerting to know that literally their entire lives are a game being played by these gods on some higher plane. So I'm even gonna...
Not think about it.
Yeah, they don't generally bring it up. Although occasionally the characters will kind of be like, really? Fucking really?
I mean, yeah, Owen was even like, wow, no wonder I'm such an asshole.
I'm even gonna say this, and I've mentioned before, shit that's gonna be going up on my channel eventually is I'm going to be running a campaign, and actually all of the people in call with me are involved in this
I'm so excited.
to some degree or another. Gab gets
I'm
to
not
play.
cast.
You're not
Can I
cast,
tell
but you're gonna be helping tremendously.
Listen, it's the eternal unforgiving curse of being English.
Well,
Can I tell them about Rosalind?
please.
Please.
So
Please do.
whenever I play D&D, because I never usually get to play because I'm usually DMing, but I mean, I guess it's 50-50 at this point, thankfully, and like this is gonna help that ratio a lot. I never like playing normal races. I don't know why. In Pathfinder, I played a fairy. In my recent D&D game that my brother hosted, I was playing a harpy. In this game, I'm going to be playing a centaur, but not just any centaur, a unicorn centaur.
Well, that's
Oh.
to be fair. That's because her patron goddess has a unicorn form.
It worked out so well, and I'm so excited.
And
And her
Hell
name
yeah.
is Rosalind, and she's actually one of the few D&D characters that I'm playing that I designed myself.
based on some existing designs, but yeah, she was definitely a unique design based on what you were inspired by. But yeah, so the campaign that I'm running, it's actually going to be part of hopefully eventually a series of campaigns that I'm going to be running on my channel, and it's going to be called The Lore of Laius. Laius is the pantheon god that I created for Gab's campaign, as well as a DM Sona, technically.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like,
Mhm.
you can consider the Pantheon a group of the DM Sonas of all the players in Modem, because we accidentally exist now.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
so
for that.
we've even, this goes pretty deep at this point, but we've even not only come up with specific roles or things that they are gods of, but like, they actually have a fucking influence in the game by the roles that they play. So like, my DM Sona, Laius, is the lore master, the goddess of storytelling, and Ophelia usually jumps straight into the plot points, like, head first. There have been moments where I've actually surprised Gab by having Ophelia fucking pick up on something. I think,
God, can I tell them?
please?
The very specific thing that it was something that, like, was kind of, not even like a secret that I was hoping y'all would figure out, but it was something so, like, small that it really worked, was the fact that Ophelia picked up on the fact that a spell that was very prominent in the game, like, story-wise, was not actually created by the god that they thought it was.
Uh-huh.
Or, like, that's their working theory. And I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? Are you serious right now?
And this is obviously not confirmed, and I'm not going to ask you to either confirm or deny it, Gab, but the potential that the big bad of the campaign is someone who might have pushed her soul into the role. This spell that's very prominent in the campaign, being something where you can move souls around. Literally, the concept of the characters is that they had fantasy characters kind of shunted into them and gave them magic.
I will not confirm or deny.
That's fine. Like I said, that's something that'll come out in gameplay at some point, one way or
Neither
another.
confirm nor
One
deny
way or
these
another.
allegations.
Yes, my
No comment.
Lias is absolutely a pun with my name. The lore master, the lore of Lias, it's all a fucking pun. Then let's see. So, goddess of storytelling, Ophelia is usually at the forefront of a lot of, like, major story events. Like, she ended up having this major whole plot point on her own, unfortunately, where she had a conversation with 3 other major NPCs to try and convince both Scout and Emma, who was another mage of Dahia in this campaign, to change their allegiance. And that went so well that she was actually able to convince the other 2, Scout and Emma, maybe Dahia ain't a great person to follow. Scout, unfortunately, did not feel confident in his ability to leave that service, but and that ended up causing a whole chain of events on that side of things. But they're resolving that now, hopefully. But Emma was able to completely go, okay, yeah, no, I want to be on the other side of this. I don't want to be with this shit. I've got a choice to not do this, so I'll do it.
Basically said, hey, my girlfriend's on the other side. Can I switch sides?
And Ophelia went, hell yeah.
I wanna
Ophelia's just
send
that
this
much
to
of a
you,
catch.
which is like-
What was
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was that, Gab?
Hello?
Gab?
Oh, me?
Yes, you're Gab.
No, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. But my computer is lagging. But I wanted to share the mage endings spreadsheet with y'all in the chat.
Yeah. But basically there were multiple outcomes that could have happened in that conversation. It could have led to Scout and Emma just doubling down on being with Dahia. There could have been so many combinations of, you know, whether they believed the heroes and still ended up getting forced into service, or they did so willingly, or one or the other, so on and so forth. And I got the ending where Emma is completely converted and Scout has his mind changed, but is not exactly able to join them. So, yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Emphasis
gonna-
on yet.
It
So,
was so open-ended that I had to go out of my way to fucking code an Excel spreadsheet to figure out what ending they would get in real time.
but like even
Making
accidental
enough, they is so proud.
moments of Ophelia being somehow in the right place at the right time for things. Yeah, that thing. But there's so many. I think there's even things like, at one point, right after Ophelia went Warlock, which is basically another form of gaining magical power on top of having inherited the soul of a fantasy person. And as they're leaving the forest from that, she actually remarked, you know, this is very nostalgic. You know, discovering some form of magic power and then leaving the forest. And that's when Gab said, by the way, this closes out the first arc of the story. And I was like, what? Did I bookend this shit?
Yes.
All
Did
of
it-
the endings have different names.
Yes.
Yes!
If you check sheet 2, all of them have different names.
I
My
love
favorite
them.
is... My favorite one is named... Oh, now that's just tragic.
I think my favorite name is Wolf in Sheep School Uniform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another good one is wife swap.
Yep. But yes, so that Ophelia being connected with a lot of story events is one thing. So going to the other gods in this pantheon, Gabrus is the god of this world, the DM, and thus she has ultimately the biggest impact on all of it. She is what, goddess of control?
Yep, she is the goddess of control.
And she's the one kind of literally holding everything together in this situation, especially as the other gods seem to be determined to pull things in every direction.
Yeah.
Then there is, for example, Griffin's god, Fracope. Would you like
He
to
is
elaborate?
Yes, Fracope is the god of obstacles and conflict. Basically, whenever you have like a third act plot complication that arises, where even if the characters were getting along swimmingly beforehand, suddenly there's this third act complication that makes, you know, well, quote unquote, makes you question whether or not everything will turn over. That's the kind of shit Fracope deals in. And Owen is basically the personification of that in many forms. Not only was he born with a literally crippling disability that's made things very difficult for him personally, but because he has become so paranoid about the state of and existence of magic in the town of Lockheed, where this whole story takes place, because he's become very paranoid and anal about trying to get things done a certain way so that he can not only, you know, help expose what he believes to be some big conspiracy to cover up magic and also save his friends. He repeatedly sort of gets in the way of not only them, well, sometimes he will speak up against ideas they have in sort of the same sense of like the one naysayer who objects to the plan of a protagonist and is subsequently shit on. But also in the same sense that he's also taken steps that he feels are the right thing for everyone, which have subsequently needlessly complicated the situation further and caused unnecessary strain on the party. And that is the sort of shit that Fracope revels in, because in his mind, like, nothing worthwhile is easily obtained, and that success can only be earned through trials and tribulations.
Yep.
You know, that kind of thing.
We've also got Jess's player, Marcy, who... her goddess in this pantheon is Perugi, and that is Goddess of Despair. Who also has a tremendous impact on this plot so far. But ultimately, like, you look at that reflection into Jess's life, and, well, within the first week after all of this started happening, not only did her mom die, she accidentally caused it.
She cast suggest on her mom, didn't she?
It was command.
Command. And she walked into traffic.
Ran, because it was flee. That was the command that she
Right.
issued. So yeah, she ran into traffic, died. And that invited her dad, who had been, again, conspicuously absent from her life, back into her life, along with a whole host of family that she did not want. And her dad has been increasingly suspicious, as in he is a suspicious character, as well as suspicious of the team. So Jess has had a lot of things weighing on her mind, including, even more recently, feeling almost useless to the team, for one reason or another. It's been piling up on her, and she actually had a pretty major crash recently that, well, Dad had to show up and try to help.
Yeah.
And of course, his form of helping, by the way, was to give an 18-year-old kid alcohol.
To be fair, she asked.
She did ask, and I still love the fucking conversation.
He doesn't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, like, again, he was an orphan raised by pixies, so...
Yeah,
There
plus
are a
he's
lot of
from
things-
another dimension where drinking age may not be the same as where
There are
it
a
is.
couple things where definitely the world's different. He's like, oh yeah, this is normal. So
All
Ophelia,
right,
the
drinking age is
Manningham,
the thing.
would be like, what did I do wrong?
Don't
It
mind
was
me,
good
I'm
shit.
just setting up some stuff. I'm going to be switching over the visuals because we're talking about this. And I also, I quit out of Skyrim because of the conversation. This became a podcast, and
Understandable, but next time you play Skyrim, let me know. I will help.
so far, it's been a series on the Saturday streaming.
Yeah.
But let's see, I'm opening a few pictures here. Let's
I will
see.
be right back.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do that. Let's see, may as well pop this one open as well. That's
Yeah.
fine, that's fine. So I got a handful of pictures that are going to be on the screen now. Okay, so I can probably safely switch things to left monitor, and you guys are going to see some pictures pop up here.
Yes.
So let's see. The ones in the foreground right now, by the way, are the main deities of the campaign. From left to right, let's see. We have Shirabos. In the middle, Katessa. And on the right, fucking bitch.
I mean, you're right.
Also known as Dahia. She is the, as far as we know, she is the big bad of the campaign.
Yeah.
And I've shown the other two pictures in the background before. It is of the team thus far, so if you need a refresher.
Oh, yeah.
From left to right here, we have Ken, the Pixie Prin, Louis, who... Hi.
Sorry.
Louis, who is technically an NPC, but has been increasingly in the foreground of the campaign.
My boy.
Duo, who is Sean's character in this campaign. He is not a teenager, he is a student teacher. He's 25 years old. He is the only adult.
Yes. Well, if by adult you mean someone who dresses up in green spandex and fights crime at night.
Hey, it's not spandex.
To clarify, he is also a nighttime vigilante calling himself the Green Fist. Basically the Great Saiyan Man from DBZ.
I love him so much.
Yes.
Green spandex that he sewed himself.
Hi, Sean.
Yes, Duo makes his own costumes.
Yep.
And yes, Sean is here in the background. He can hear everything.
Yes.
Yay. Continuing, we've got Jess, my baby girl Ophelia, in how she started in this campaign.
Yep, she's changed.
Tycho, as Ophelia once called her, the blonde explosion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell at the moon.
And
Yeah, the sky!
Who also doubles as a magical girl in her spare time
yes, and Owen.
when he had a pulse.
Shut up, you piece of shit!
I mean, if you can call it that.
Didn't even have a pulse.
So
I mean,
Sean is
barely.
Sean. Okay, Duo is kind of the dad of the team, but let's face it, Weldon has very quickly taken that position for pretty
And
much
actually-
everyone.
Yes.
I gotta mention, by the way, that at some point, because Tycho is an orphan, she didn't actually live anywhere prior to the game starting, so when Duo finally figured this out, he's like, Tycho, I have a couch you can sleep on. So she's like, okay. So we were all thinking, like, aw, Duo is like adopting Tycho. No. She adopted him.
Yeah.
Tycho is Duo's dad. So if there's any dad of the team, it's probably just Tycho.
Well,
It's Weldon, but it's also Tycho.
Speaking of Weldon,
yes.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
My vampire fucker.
I'm sorry. He does what now?
listen,
This is
who
their time.
listen, who and what I do in my free time is none of your business.
Including himself, apparently.
I mean, they call it Mage Hand for a reason.
No, I was gonna say the fucking picture that Gab drew of Sam seducing Sam.
I swear to God. Not stream appropriate.
Nope, not gonna show it. I'm just saying.
It exists.
So that makes this picture even funnier. So
Yeah.
on the left there, that is Sam. He is a fantasy side character, and among the people, actually, he was pushed into Louis, which is one of the reasons why Louis is so prominent in this campaign, which
Fun
he
fact.
wasn't originally.
Yes. The fun fact about that is, I mentioned before, one of the original NPCs ever created for the first modem was Yona, red-haired school president. She was supposed to be the one that Sam goes into.
Huh.
That didn't happen, because she
Huh.
stayed downstairs with Owen. I had to switch that plan on the fly. So,
It's so
to be
powerful.
fair, yeah, no,
Yes.
like, Louis technically was supposed to be in Yona's position. the other way
Which
around.
is hilarious, because now I'm thinking back to that conversation in the library room where they were like, oh, Yona, we should keep an eye on her, make sure that she's okay. So there's a lot of shit that's going on, but I do love Louis with the fucking Sam, and it's so good.
Yes.
But yeah, so this is the two of them, and it's been said before, but I'll say it again, Weldon is also literally Sam. Like,
Weldon is basically Sam from the original timeline, who got his soul pushed into a half-elf wizard in order
Well.
to extend his own life.
okay, no, it's not exactly the timeline of events. He traded most of his soul and technically traded himself into the service of Dehia in exchange for a way to make himself functionally immortal, which was the soul push thing, the ability to move his soul into a new body anytime that he would come close to death.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the process of trading away all but 1 year of his life ripped his memory from him. Like, it was such a traumatic experience that he lost all memory of himself being Sam. And she gave him a new name, Weldon. Oh, yeah. Sam's name, by the way, Samuel Iskandon.
She's not very clever at the naming.
She's about as clever as Asgore.
I mean, Weldon is better than if it had been Samuscan.
Samuscan.
Samuscan. Samscan? No, that would have been a little bit... If it was Samscan, obviously the team would have figured it out almost
A
immediately.
little on the nose.
You probably would have figured it out before the 2-year doc ever occurred.
Yeah.
Sam Scan is his basically his evil person, like, I'm not Sonic, like, equivalent.
Stop.
And again, I hate to bring this up, but basically the dark applier to Weldon's Markiplier.
Stop!
Griffin, you're banned.
Oh, you would not be the first to ban me.
I don't have power here, but you're still banned.
So, yeah, just showing off the gods. Now, Katessa has not been present until literally 2 sessions ago.
Yeah.
She was recently revealed and has been apparently making contact with Owen this entire time.
Yep.
Yes, and I can elaborate on that a little more. So, Katessa is the goddess of dreams. Anything related to the subconscious or dreaming or the sleep world, that's Katessa's realm. And Owen was actually contacted by her 3 years prior to the start of the campaign, back when he first experienced an accident that led to his diagnosis of of his condition, thalassemia, which is basically a form of anemia, which, depending on the severity thereof, can mean the person will only, unfortunately, live 20 or 30 years. He received a very late diagnosis, which meant that he was probably going to die before then. And shortly after that accident, Katessa reached out to him in his dreams, told him about the existence of magic and all that. But the thing about dreams is that oftentimes you forget all about them when you wake up. And so Owen forgot completely about Katessa, but retained some subconscious remnants of what she told him, and gradually was able to discover the existence of magic in Lockheed on his own. And because there's that subconscious stuff of what Katessa told him, he was able to pick up on subtle clues, like, throughout Lockheed's history books and the like. And this continued on for the next 3 years, where Katessa would occasionally pop in his dreams, tell him about stuff, and he'd forget, but he would continue his research, and because of Katessa's help, subconsciously pick up on more and more clues. It wasn't until another character, Ruby, an NPC who used to work for Dehia, decided to turn over a new leaf and find a new goddess to worship, reached out and found Katessa through meditation, that Owen found himself able to get in contact with Katessa at will. And with her blessing and Ruby's help, he was able to pull off a plan where he faked his own death, pushed his soul into a Warforged body he'd been making over the past 3 years, and basically wiped the slate clean to where he could continue helping the party and also continue his investigation into this big magical cover-up conspiracy he believes is responsible for a lot of shit in town.
Making a note here.
Yeah.
You mentioned the soul pushing. I'm interrupting to point this out. Apparently,
yes.
Katessa is the one who created soul push.
Yes, as opposed to the previous theory that it was an invention of Dehia.
Yep. So, and like, this was like world-shattering news to Weldon, who only thought that it was Dehia's to fucking give. But no, Katessa created it. Anyway, continue on, Griffin.
Well, I was just about done anyway. Basically, Owen is now Warforged. In addition to being an artificer, he no longer has to worry about frail bones or anything like that, in addition to the possibility of a very short lifespan because he's functionally immortal now.
The downside, The downside is that he did not account for the personal trauma of at least 2 of the party members getting kicked up. Now,
Yeah.
the entire team was traumatized. Like,
yeah.
Tycho went gritty action hero. Ken he was overwhelmed, but he had to try and hold it together. Let's see, pretty much, yeah, everyone was having a fucking issue with what happened. It caused Jess to shut down even further than she already was.
She was already in the worst way at that point.
Yeah.
And then you add, oh yeah, teammate being murdered. Awesome. Now, Ophelia, in her backstory, her little brother 2 years ago was stabbed in the chest. And they found Owen stabbed in the chest, pinned to a corkboard. And so she, to say that she had a bad time, so she's normally the one who keeps the shit together for the most part. She's been the unofficial leader of the team, like giving orders and shit like that, trying to organize strategy alongside Ken. She had to try, like, she did some things, she was able to organize some of it, do some investigation. About 3/4 into that whole investigation, she had a panic attack finally hit her. Which, I'm not bringing this up to be mean, I'm just saying Weldon fucking walked out on that before finally, like, oh wait, maybe I should console her. He was overwhelmed. He was dealing with a lot. But it was just one of those, she has a panic attack. Yes, your art is on screen. Duo had some intense thanatophobia. So, I will even say that was the other member of the team that was affected by this, because he also lost someone and basically swore, I'm never going to I'm not going to lose someone again, I'm going to protect these kids, and then one of them dies. So Duo had a fucking hard time. So they find out, they're able to track down supposedly where the murderer of Owen was, and only to find Owen standing there in front of them. And he revealed everything that Griffin was saying about what had happened. Now, the team had varied responses. Tycho was like, oh, well, it's okay, you're not dead now, so we're fine.
She was just honestly happy he was alive.
Duo, similarly, like, he was not happy about how things played out, but he's just like, I'm just glad you're okay. Jess ran off because the whole situation was a little bit too overwhelming for her.
Well, not before punching him in the face.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, so funny thing, Jess is a paladin and her holy weapon are her fists. So
she does radiant damage.
So she fucking punched him in the face and got all of this extra damage on the way. Dented his face. So that was interesting. Ken and Ophelia both basically had a fuck you, you've betrayed us, we can never trust you again. And they literally both stormed off at the same time. Louis was basically in the position of, well, glad you're alive, but, yeah, anyway.
I mean, I will add that at least Ophelia acknowledged, I understand why you did what you did from a logical standpoint, but still, fuck you.
Yeah.
And they at least did get one hug in.
I love how there was distortion, so it sped up your fuck you.
So, like...
So fuck you. But so she and Ken both stormed off simultaneously. Weldon went to actually go help Jess, because Weldon had a few moments of like, wait, what? What's this other goddess? She created Soul Push. What the fuck? And then, oh shit, someone ran off. I should probably stop that from being a bad thing.
Yeah.
Especially because for him, his first timeline stopped because one of the gods left the world. And so someone showing signs of being disconnected would probably hit on the, I should make sure this person doesn't run off for real, just in case.
Yeah.
I feel like the whole timeline freezing thing is something you really only want to experience once.
You never want to experience it.
Not experience it at all, but understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, so one of the hotspots right now that the kids keep going back to is also literally the site where time stopped for him.
Uh-huh.
The herb shop. So pretty much every time they go there, he gets to have this
He's
I'm-
getting better, but
Oh, no.
it's still pretty hard.
Oh no.
Bitch, you matter, and that is a threat. Yeah.
Yes.
What the fuck was that?
I was gonna say.
Oh, that was my door. Sorry.
It
Now-
sounded like Jane whenever something romantic is
I-
brought up.
I am still waiting for Jane's response to the doc, by the way.
Every
Oh,
piece of
God.
furniture
Oh
in
my
my house makes terrible noise. I'm sorry.
That's
No
fine.
worries.
So I was trying.
Oh,
Sorry? You were gonna
no,
know?
I was just gonna note that Jane's screams are akin to an eagle. Going like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Tea kettle
Yep.
going off. But yeah, so these are the gods, and again, what we know so far is Katessa is a new thing. We barely know anything about her outside of her being a third deity in this situation, who unfortunately does not appear to be very well known in the light of both Shirobos and Dehia, which we're going to hopefully be figuring out more relating to that.
Yeah.
We can speculate, but we don't know a lot.
I'm so excited. Sorry.
Meanwhile, Shirobos and Dehia were supposedly, I mean, again, obviously we've recently uncovered that Dehia is not the goddess that ascended with Shirobos, but supposedly the legend goes that they were star-crossed lovers, and through their legendary, battles, they helped, like, a major war get won or something like that. Forgive me for not remembering all of the specifics, but
Oh no, it's okay. The point of it is that like this, it was so long ago that many people don't remember. But you got the gist of it. Basically, like they fell in love. They managed through their love and through their own just powers that they had, were able to help a war end.
mm-hmm. And then they eventually were granted godhood, ascended to godhood. But it wasn't Dehia. It was another, as far as we know, yet unnamed goddess, whose name is being stricken from all of the records. My theory is that it was Katessa, but we still don't know.
Name being struck from all the records, that doesn't seem suspicious at all. I'm sure it won't come up later.
Literally,
Sure, it's on the up and up.
literally, this is something that Scout is investigating on his end. He's trying to, that and Ruby also pointed this out too, Ruby being a priestess that was also on the evil side. One of Scout's subordinates, even.
I wanted to ask, by the way, does he know she's alive? Because I'm
I'm
pretty
not
sure y'all
sure. No.
have never mentioned that
No,
to him.
it is not. So here's the thing, and I'm going to say this in advance. That's going to be hella fun if she shows up to that meeting.
Uh-huh. As the apostle.
Yeah, so that's going to be fun.
To clarify, the apostle is sort of the vigilante persona Owen took up for himself, as well as for Ruby, once he started the whole like.
Yeah, they're both
"Oh,
in
no,
service.
I'm dead. You don't need to worry about me. I'm totally not investigating shady shit in town.
So, anyway, because I have the tendency to lose my train of thought and have multiple times, I kind of want to keep going with what I was saying.
Of course.
Which again, I just lost track of. So,
Basically,
try to
like,
be careful. Try to be careful about doing that to me.
fair.
Yeah, well, no, the meeting is in itself. That's going to be interesting because that requires further explanation. What I actually want to do, because I even brought up the picture to show. First of all, Ophelia now looks like this because she went warlock and it had some physical transformative effects on her. On top of that, she was also given an additional item by Titania, whom she made the pact with, to get wings. The Wings of Fae, which now allows her to basically cast fly at will. But they're huge, honking, fucking butterfly pixie, or not pixie, fairy wings.
Fae wings.
Fae wings that pop out whenever she activates that cape that she wears, that capelet, which in itself, by the way, is in fact her own way of technically referencing that Scout was the reason that she went warlock. To make an exchange with Titania to get a way to free him from Dehia. So, let's see, tracking back to the conversation. So these deities, we don't know much about them outside of the legendary bits. We know that Dehia is a bitch who is deceptive as fuck and is not a goddess. And we just learned this last session that she is something called an Asir, which we still don't know what it is yet, but
Some bullshit.
Some bullshit. connected with, I guess, an ancient group of wizards that we still don't know the whole story. We've only literally just discovered the first thread of this plot point, so I'm going to start closing some of these, just because. So yeah, we don't know anything about Shirobos yet. Only by mention. We have yet to actually uncover anything about him, outside of the fact of maybe he should actually know what's going on, but maybe he doesn't. Again, we need to figure it out. I apologize if I'm like, no, don't talk, let me finish thoughts, because now I'm just like trying to mentally go over the notes. This campaign, these characters. So I was even going to say the other gods of the campaign were Tycho, being the random character who likes to yell and shout and scream and run after birds and really is completely unpredictable. Her player, Rekdi, Tom, created the deity Recordius, who is the god of chaos, who basically the impact is like the randomness of the campaign, something being thrown in, not necessarily to obstruct things. Sometimes it's good luck, sometimes it's bad luck.
He represents the dice rolls, and I don't like being one of those people like, well, actually, but I think he pronounced it Recordeus.
Recordeus? Okay. Recordeus.
Yeah.
Basically the god of YouTube poops.
Yeah!
He's, did you mention that in the Pantheon we kind of have, like, pairs of, like, gods?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like complements and opposites.
He's the complement to me in that he's so random that I, like, well, there's a lot of things that everybody does that I can't keep up with, but Tom especially will just do something that I'm like, stop! Wait, hold on, stop, you're breaking the game! So,
I still love that moment during the call with Scout and Ophelia, though, when you're saying, oh, I so badly want to ruin the moment, and then Tom chimed in with, a bear appears and roars, and you go, no, hold on. And I just picturing, like, on Scout's end, this bear manifests and starts screaming, and then Gabri's going, no, hold on, and, like, waving her hand, and the bear disappears again. Like, nope, let's rewind time here. That did not happen.
We rewind.
In terms of the pairings, interestingly enough, so we've got, let's see, 2 dark gods, we've got 2 light gods, and we've got 4 gods of neutrality that fall varyingly on the positive or negative side of the spectrum. So, Peruge and Fracopi we've mentioned as the gods of chaos and obstruction. On the good side, or the light side, the positive side of the spectrum, we have Shangria, who is, unsurprisingly, Sean's god, avatar in this pantheon, who is god of friendship and companions, and he's constantly pushing for these people to form their bonds to become more powerful through the power of friendship and all of that. And then there's Chiharu, who is the avatar of Jane, red as a tomato. She's not in the campaign, but she is effectively like the voice for the Pixie Prin. And she has a huge investment in this story, has been helping Gab on the side in terms of shaping it. So her deity is Goddess of Shipping. She's...
that, by the way. Oh, sorry.
No, so go ahead.
I apologize, but like I was gonna add on to that. In the original Modem, we had a lot of other friends who were part of the game in a sense. I thought, foolishly, that because we were all on a podcast before, that it's like, oh, let's include everybody because we can all do voices. So if I need help with NPCs, I'll ask these people to come in and be NPCs. That was a bad idea. Bad idea. I regret it. I don't regret including my friends, but I regret doing it because it made it stressful on me. Jane was the voice of Prin and just is and always will be. So, in a sense, she's like a pseudo player because she takes the role of Prin when she can make it to campaigns. Like, she'll just be Prin.
So, to answer your question, Roberta, romantic ships.
Yes.
She is for those of you who are homestuck, she is functionally the Nepeta of this campaign.
She really is.
Oh well.
Oh well. And she's been having she's been having a fucking blast. because we've got the Jess and Emma pairing, which is definitely taking off. We've got the, and again, I'm still waiting for Jane to see that doc, Gab. She's going to love that. The Scout and Ophelia ship has been also kind of her bread and butter. There's also Ken, who is played by our friend Luke, who has had a totally not a crush on one of their classmates, Jay, who has been steadily getting more involved in the plot stuff. And the two of them are actually bonding as friends, regardless of whether or not other people are teasing them about, you know, there have been a lot of obvious romantically tinged moments between the two of them, but
Oh yeah.
Ken's not in a place where he can admit to that, largely because he's got his own trauma in regards to that, but that's complicated. He has intimacy issues, let's leave it at that. And that god, by the way, represented by Luke, is Lushu, who is the god of strategy, which is what brings me back to my point of the gods being balances of each other. Interestingly enough, while Lushu and Laius are kind of not exactly polar opposites to each other, they technically work in tandem, because Lushu is god of strategy, working the numbers to try and get the best possible outcome, which is not necessarily the happiest outcome, because sometimes bad things have to happen. Like, there's even that kind of agreement, but you want to have things to have good resolution. So,
Lushu is mechanics, Laius is story.
Yep. So, I'm not exactly sure between who would be who's opposite between Frakopi, Perugi, Shangria, and Chiharu.
I'd say Frakopi and Shangria are fairly good opposites in that regard. Well, as well as Frakopi and Chiharu.
Yeah.
I feel like collectively, like, Shangria and Chiharu are a collective opposite to Frakopi.
Yeah. Bonds being formed, bonds being broken.
Mm-hmm.
And Perugi is the wild agent that just throws trucks at moms.
Honestly,
Well, I
that's
guess-
the thing that I love about Perugi, though, is that, like, in a way, Perugi is also one of the few that does not present herself as a god. Like, canonically, if you're, like, looking at the Pantheon thing,
Yeah.
she's presented
She's an imp.
physically more like a little devil, and then also never claimed to be a god in the first place. And I'm like, where did she come from, I wonder?
Yeah, so I guess in that regard, I guess Perugi and Chiharu would be more the opposites, since Chiharu is like romance and Perugi is despair. Whereas, you know, Shangria is more connections and Frakopi is, you know, obstruction.
Yeah.
By the way, let's see if this pops up. Just for visual reference, this is Scout as he was introduced to us.
Yes.
He was actually introduced to us as
Quality boy.
he was somewhat introduced to us as a seemingly scattered person who did not seem to quite know what he was doing. And then he turned out to be, you know, big bad guy, who actually nearly, you know, total party killed us. This funny story with that.
Comic?
Yes, I'll pull up the comic for this.
Please.
I
So-
remember this comic.
So we stumbled across this ritual. We did not know yet that Scout was involved. Well, we knew that he was likely involved because Duo actually called him on one of the sending stones and was like, if you hurt any of these kids, and Scout's like, okay. And so they knew that he was bad. They knew that he was definitely involved in the shit that was going down. They didn't know that he was here until, because he had actually masked himself after Weldon actually identified that there was a threat. I guess he went invisible and kind of skulked around and came up around these three characters that are on screen in the foreground. Prin, Ken, and Louis. And so he was coming up to fucking murder them.
I like that without color. He kind of looks like James from Team Rocket.
I kind of see it a little bit.
Oh no.
Not hugely, but a little bit.
And was about to kill them when Weldon went, nope. and
Cast
pulled
magic
off.
missile.
Yeah, what he actually did, so he has the Robe of Stars, and one of the things that does is that you pluck off one of the stars, and it gives you a 5th level magic missile, so that's 7 magic missiles. Which fucking hit Scout. Definitely stopped him from, killing these kids who were paying attention to the cultists or whatever, the people who were performing the ritual. So then Scout decided to have a fucking villain speech. Like, I knew you couldn't help protecting those twerps, you fool, hiding like a coward. I'm not doing the voice, but whatever. You're weak. I'm going to show you. I'll take... And he gets cut off because one of the things that we set up, Ophelia actually did a little bit of a strategy thing before, this all, like, arranging people to giving them specific tasks. And one of those specific tasks was when Weldon identified that there was a threat off in a particular direction, she told Owen, who has a thunder cannon, so gun, to keep that...
And his cane.
So to keep himself hidden out of sight and to keep his gun basically trained in that direction, so if that thing becomes a threat, he can hit them from hiding. So Scout, having been revealed, having been attacked by Weldon, and in the midst of being like, mwahaha, Scout found himself getting shot in the fucking face. And it hit real fucking hard. And then immediately after that, Tycho did, I think it was Mind Thrust, which it didn't quite do the worst, but it was definitely psychic damage to him. So the two people that he didn't really know, who I think he still doesn't really know at all, because he never met them when he was running around doing shit before.
Yeah.
Were off to the side, and he just had this, whomst the fuck?
Whomstead of the fucketh?
Yes.
And so after that, he ended up casting Circle of Death, which is I think it's a 6th level spell, and
subsequently killed Tycho.
Well, sort of. Got her to 0 HP, but
Yeah.
And she almost died. Like, she actually lost a couple of saving throws there. Cat wants to join the fun. Yeah, there's always a cat in the background. Cat has opinions. Yes. So he cast Circle of Death, which reduces most of the team to very low HP. Tycho straight up went below 0 HP. Owen was fine because he was just out of the range of the spell.
Yeah.
Weldon was in the range of the spell, but he is... What?
He could tank it. He's so much HP.
Yeah, so I even have fucking art that I did for that moment, which was, so Weldon got hit and was like, that was nothing. Then he saw that the others were hit by that, and actually was like, oh shit, that got real. Okay, wait a minute. So then he actually went over to Scout and did, Power Word Stun, and, Scout, at that point, like, not in a great spot. I will say that even before that happened, Ophelia pissed off. She was originally going to run towards the altar to try and help over at the altar to stop the potential summoning or whatever else that they were doing. Scout did that, and she turned around and basically went, oh, hell no. And let's see, I'm trying to find it. Where did I put this particular... Did I put it under that folder? Sorry. Don't mind me.
That folder, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to go into the lad folder.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I know where it is. Yeah, no, I'm not going to show that. Okay, I have a whole folder dedicated specifically to ship art between Ophelia and Scout.
Yeah.
That checks out.
So, in that scene, actually, she missed her witch bolt. She was going to hit him with witch bolt, and that's one of those, as long as you maintain concentration, it does damage every single round. She missed, we presumed because he probably dodged out of the way, and he was already hurting, So he wasn't gonna be in a good spot. Ophelia was fucking
I
pissed.
should probably not get hit by anything else at this point.
Yeah. This was shortly before Weldon came in with the fucking power word stun. But, so, we have headcanoned that basically Chihiro intervened with Ophelia having hit him with the witch bolt. That it's like, no! Must save the ship!
Well, at that point it would have been.
Like, at that point, we didn't know that there was going to be a ship, but since we've retconned that there is a ship, basically, I mean, and again, when they were both apologizing for, yeah, sorry about that, we were kind of on opposite sides of this. Scout did say, like, it's okay, we were enemies at the time, you did what you were supposed to be doing. He probably would have been less amenable to that if she'd actually hit him with that spell. But, yeah.
I realized, oh no, I have a crush on a woman who could absolutely kill me.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Don't we all?
Yeah.
I mean, she might get to that point, especially with that fucking warlock sorcerer hack that you showed us.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm a romantic through and through, but if I ever were in a position where I'd consider having a partner, I'd be more than happy to have a woman who could easily kick my ass in my life.
Same.
Oh, yes. And I know that I've even talked about this before, but I continue to have art. So let's open the shipping folder.
Yeah.
Literally their introduction, like, originally, again, we didn't see it as a romantic introduction. But again, retconning the internals. So, Ophelia had gone up to him when she saw him enter the library and actually initiated the conversation. So, retroactively implying that, because she did actually come up and goes, hi, you certainly stand out. His response was, oh, thank you. And then, as she's literally saying to herself inside her head, that's not necessarily a good thing, he actually verbalizes out loud, wait, that might not be a compliment. But there's this known psychological thing where when you're attracted to someone, you sometimes take everything they say as either funny or complimentary. So I drew out the response of him being like, oh, that's pretty. And then, wait, is that a compliment? Oh! And then, wait. And then on her end, he is very cute, though.
Yes. Oh
yeah?
God, I just realized. Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but Alex, what time is it on your end?
Really late.
Well, time enough that I am more than happy to stay and listen to more of this.
You sure?
Yeah. It's only 2
Okay.
a.m. It's fine.
So, I will even say, sorry, not to interrupt, I apologize, that initially, obviously, as we were kind of working out stuff, we also had, like, a major cliffhanger after that fight, where it was around the holidays, and, Gab and Sean were going out of town, and given that Gab is the DM, we couldn't exactly play without her. So, we had 4 weeks to kind of mull over what we wanted to do next, and during those 4 weeks, we had a lot of conversations. And at one point, like, there was I forget exactly how it came, but I was like, can you draw a sketch of Ophelia? Because I think, what it was like the mentioning of Scout caring about what these kids even thought of him. And it's like, well, what if Ophelia reached out to him? Can you draw a sketch of that? Because she was taking sketch requests at the time, and she actually drew that.
I think I was asking specifically for things like that haven't happened, that could happen, that might not happen, because I remember looking back at my phone recently, and there's a picture of Emma fucking dying and Jess trying to heal her.
Oh,
That was-
I remember that.
Well, I mean, it was
So
still part of the sketch request. We just had, like, let's do
Exactly.
speculative shit.
Yeah.
So, in that image, it's, well, Jess having punched him, apparently, but them have actually managing to break through, and him, like, actually showing some remorse for it. And I was like, on Ophelia's end, if he did show remorse for what happened, she'd probably, be like, okay, all right, that's fine, as long as you're sorry. Because here's the thing, she's shown a propensity for forgiving people for dark things as long as they genuinely try to make up for it. Owen is an exception right now, but that's because of the particular unique circumstances around what he did. And maybe she'll change that position eventually. But so I was like, And it's Ophelia, so naturally she's probably going to flirt with him the first chance she gets. So I drew that, like, the implication of her flirting with him. And I'm gonna say, here's the thing, Gab, you made it worse. It's entirely your fault that things got worse.
Yeah.
Because after I drew that, she drew in response... Let's see if I can find it.
So long ago, what happened?
So, Scout reacting to being flirted with Gab in the background, or Gabris in the background.
Yes.
And I was like, oh no, that's cute. And it's like, wait, he's susceptible to being flirted with. Okay, hang on a second. And then, again, tracking. I had a whole series of events, and I'm pretty sure I've shown them before. But anyway, this particular flirt did not happen, mostly because we didn't know. This was, like, during those 4 weeks when we were trying to determine how things were going to go. But with Ophelia doing this initial flirt, saying, no, I mean, you're cute, you're just, one of the enemies. But, don't get me wrong, you very quickly dropped off my list when you nearly killed me. But I dig your style, and you were comely enough to turn my head, so let's just say I might have been down to have you whisper the word of Dahlia in my ear, in between other things. And his only response in that situation being, that is blasphemous. Like,
I know.
not able to comprehend. Now, Scout is kind of I will say that around Ophelia, he's actually been fairly calm and level-headed. Well, compared with Mwahaha, I'll kill all of you.
It's a relative term.
Level-headed is perhaps not quite the right term, because she has continually sent him into a tailspin by flirting with him.
Yeah.
Okay, back internet crashed. Ooh, sorry about that, Foxy Bane.
Yeah.
So the next in the series here was him trying to step up and be like, this isn't going to work. I see straight through what you're doing. And I still love Ophelia's line that I wrote here. It's like, oh, darn, you figured me out. I guess you really are too smart and handsome for me. And then the response here is actually technically borrowed from Gab's words in response. That's right. You won't distract me with your beauty and, or what was it, sweet words or something like that. And then the handsome comment hits him. And then she goes, beauty? And wait, what? How? How did you do that?
Listen, he's lived his whole life in a cathedral. He hasn't really had much time to flirt with girls. Or have them flirt with him.
Yeah, apparently there are some old ladies in there, but probably not exactly his demographic. But, and technically, nope, that was it. There were a couple of other ones, but they kind of went a little bit beyond what actually ended up happening, because what ended up happening was that she, and I have this conversation clipped, and I'm going to be doing something with that. So upon learning that there's some other shit going on, and the possibility of redeeming people away from Dahlia, she was like, he was really nice in that one conversation, and he's cute. And also, when that fight ended, by the way, he was stunned for the rest of it. And then the other two mages of Dahlia showed up, and even Weldon was like, shit, and hid on their arrival. And one of them, Liara, revived Scout by slapping him in the face multiple times. And then...
If it works, it works.
I mean, yeah.
I love Liara so much.
I love her as a character, but I hate her as a person.
Oh, of course, that's the point. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. 100% thing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Sometimes you gotta have an NPC evil person who is unredeemable. That's Liara. I cannot wait for you to meet her and her horrible atrocities.
I mean, we've had that snippet of what's going on. I might as well bring this up while we're talking about it. So this was actually the picture that Gab drew about the original group of the Mages of Dahlia.
Yep.
A couple of things have changed, but you may notice a familiar cape on the old man in the foreground. That was Sam aged up and renamed Weldon with no memory of who he used to be.
That was the OG Weldon when Sam had his, basically said he had his life ripped out of him, lost his memory, and was just an evil wizard because.
Yep.
Fun.
So that was Scout in the background there, who, again, never introduced, we never got to know anything about him. But yeah, on the right is Liara, and on the left is Kuzbrite.
Do you want the updated art of Liara because I love her so much?
Please?
Yes.
I love her so much.
Meanwhile... Oh, yes. Okay, so I may as well... I mean, I can even fucking show this. Because, I can't show all of my tabs here. But anyway, so this is an updated version of Liara. She's gorgeous. I will say, also, unfortunate side effect of what happened during that fight. So, Ken fell into a portal and met her and thought he was going to die in that moment. So it left an imprint of trauma on him, and he now will have disadvantage on any rolls around Liara. As a
Specifically, any dark elf.
Any dark elf, but especially Liara.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on there. Also, I'm just showing the picture of the three Sams, effectively. We've got...
That picture is my phone background right now.
So we have Louis, who is possessed by Sam, Sam, who is Sam, and Weldon, Weldon, who is also Sam.
Sam, who is Sam.
I love Sam.
Fuck yeah, I'll drink that. Oh, I love that you love Sam. He's my baby.
Yes, I love him too. I love how literally everyone just automatically adopts him, and he's like, but I'm an adult, you know? And it's like, that's irrelevant. You are also baby.
He's baby.
Amazing how I went from being baby to daddy in less than 2 years.
No.
All it took was 2 years of trauma. And actually, here's the fucked up part. Like, his life like that, I think, like, his transformation from Sam to Weldon to current Weldon was over the span of a year or years. Like, we never actually established that in Mod of 1 lore. But, like, in terms of, like, this, the 2 years of our world probably lasted longer to him than the years that he took to become Weldon.
Yep.
That's the fucked up thing about time.
Yep.
Cool, thanks. I hate it.
So do I.
See, so funny things with all of this. So yes, the three Sams of this campaign. I will say with Sam too, there was, so we've been occasionally switching it up, and we are overdue for another one of these, where the fantasy characters that some of our characters are possessed by, going around in Faerun, doing their own discoveries about what's going on. And at one point, they go into a magic shop. So we've got Vinny, aka Vincent, who is the one who is possessing Ken. There is Hamthroats, a tabaxi that is possessing Tycho. That's a complicated combination. And then there is Peak Flit, who is a half-elf who was adopted into a noble family. And she is now at the point in her life where she is running around doing good deeds for the sake of doing good deeds. I guess I can't. Yeah, I actually have that picture, so I can just pop that up.
That'll definitely help, I think.
I want to do a new picture of them with a better style and correct colors, but, like, this is still a good one to be like, hey, this is the fantasy crew. They love each other so much.
They are, and by the way, Prin was a part of that team.
Yeah.
She just got brought over when the other souls were ejected. So I'll get to that in a second, too. So this is the team. So from left to right, we've got Sam, Vinny in the back there, Prin in the front, Peak, and Ham. And they are a family. You all are her racist? Very racists?
What?
I think maybe they're talking about maybe Ken having an issue with dark elves.
Okay.
Not sure. Anyway.
That's given them the benefit of the doubt there, I suppose, but
Yeah.
it's like, okay. Sarcasm doesn't come through with text very well, if that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
They became family almost immediately. I loved their fucking introduction. literally Vincent starts to put on a show, and it wasn't going so well, so Peak jumped in to help, because, again, she's also an entertainer. She enjoys getting up on the stage to help with stuff, and they ended up having a really good performance. And then in the process, because they did an illusion of a cat chasing a mouse, the mouse illusion ended up summoning Ham out of hiding, who started chasing the illusory mouse.
His cat instinct overcame his fear of people.
And then Sam, sensing an opportunity, stood up and started playing I think it was violin,
Yeah.
to add music to what they were doing.
Basically, fantasy Benny Hill theme.
And the thing is that this combined show ended up, like, that was their introduction to each other, and they're like, yeah, okay, alright, cool. And they got free food, they got some money because they, entertained the guests as much as they did, and then were immediately given a plot, and they're like, yeah, let's go help people. And that was the story of how this family came to be. So then Peak immediately adopted Sam. Like, the next time we even caught up with them, they go to this fucking maid shop. Excuse me. I'm apparently having issues with my throat. That happens with a lot of talking, it turns out. Anyway,
Please be careful.
now I will say, even between these sessions, funny thing, Sam had an argument with Prin about the fact that she's going to live considerably longer than he is. And so he stomped off, and he actually found an altar to Dahlia. Unfortunately, the altar of Dahlia was not left alone. Weldon was there. Weldon turned around fucking attacked him. Chased him off.
Said, get the fuck out of here or I'm going to kill you. And Sam, like, try it. He's like, well,
Okay.
when you gotta smack a child.
When you gotta beat yourself up to teach yourself a lesson.
I mean, sometimes self-discipline is necessary.
You know what? Fair.
No.
No.
So Sam
No, Griffin.
Sam came back from
No.
that and was like, yeah, this dick just, like, fucking attacked me. I don't get it.
It's
And
for your own good.
Peak and... Shut up, Weldon. Peak and Vinny were basically both like, yeah, don't do that. Like, seriously, don't worry about immortality. Like, it's gonna be fine. But don't
It's
do...
almost like that encounter stopped him from going down a dark path or something.
Or something. So at this maid shop, they're just kind of investigating, looking for shit to do. And there was the implication that there might be some kind of dark trade, like they were selling, like, magical animals and, like, magical artifacts and shit like that. So they were investigating that, but in the middle of that, in walks this asshole who had just been introduced in the modern side of the campaign as this friendly dad guy who was like, I'm here to help. Let's see, I can even find that fucking picture
Hi,
that you
it's
drew.
me, friendly dad hole. Wait.
Let's see, Weldon meetings, there we go. So, two different versions of this same character. When the modern crew meets Weldon, the I'm here to help. When the fantasy crew meets Weldon. See, funny thing, he showed up, he kicked ass, he stabbed a bitch, straight up murdering someone right in front of them, and then when they're like, hey, so what's up, he brushed them off, initially, was kind of a dick to all of them, and of course this was him doing this intentionally, as we learned later. Sam recognized him as the one who attacked him, and identified that, so Peak was immediately like, oh wait, shit, you're that guy? Huh. So he did initially ignore them to kind of search around for an item that did belong to him, but he did have this encounter with them, and they got to meet him. So as he was ignoring them, Peak was like, oh hell no,
Yes.
you're not ignoring me. So she stalked up to him and flicked him on the back of the head with, excuse me, I wasn't done talking. And he had this genuine moment of like, did this bitch just...
I'm gonna fucking kill her.
And meanwhile, Sam in the background with, oh no. She's probably more technically like a big sister, but even so.
Deep breaths. She just means well, just like...
She got worse on the next one. She literally fucking threw him.
Just want to shoot her.
Yeah. No, it's just to be fair, he had created a situation where everyone shrunk. And then Sam got hurt.
As you do.
Which made Peak lose her fucking mind. And Vinny, too. Vinny was pissed off, too. Enough so that his fear of heights apparently did not get in the way of him jumping off of a bird to try and fucking dive bomb this shit.
Yeah. There are more important things than your fear of heights.
But the I suggest you... The I suggest you move line was from in that first encounter where Peak was like, yeah, we probably should not get in his way. I'm pretty sure he could kill us if he really wanted to. And Vin was like, no, I'm not moving. I'm not moving out of the way. And so Weldon he used the spell suggestion to force him to move out of the way. And hence the I suggest you move. Cold line. He gave a little bit of an explanation about the cubic gate, as well as it being a unique thing to him that only he can use it. Which ends up being actually a plot point later. Anyway, so Peak is Sam's mom. Like, regardless of whether or not Sam agrees with that arrangement, she's in that role. I'm sure he appreciates the dutiful attention at the very least.
Again, I love very much the outer Sakura, inner Sakura aesthetic of this.
Of what?
Of the thing Gabby
Oh!
chat.
Oh, no.
Shush. You bitch.
Oh, no. I'm gonna have to show this now, though.
Please.
See, here's the thing. The other part of this is that Sam and Prin were close friends, basically siblings, very tight-knit, loving friendship relationship between the two of them. Yeah. So, Weldon being Sam, there's a lot of complicated shit that went on there. So, I mean, among other things, seeing Prin in that time-stopped thing was part of what helped him remember who he was.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in this timeline where he had to show up and pretend to be evil Weldon again, as they're all shrunk down to basically pixie size, Prin was not shrunk, but she could no longer fly. Or at least she couldn't fly over a certain height or something along those lines.
Yeah,
so, as they showed up to this situation, Weldon had also been shrunk as a result of this spell. Whether or not he intended for that, it's hard to say. I would not be surprised if he did accidentally shrink himself. He is just like that. So, outwardly, he was a smirky little asshole at these people. He was just like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? And inwardly, Sam was suffering because he's like, it's Prin!
Yep.
He's like, Prin, I'm sorry!
It's one of my favorite reaction images, too, just because, like, this applies to so much more than that, too. It's like, Mulden, like, this is fine. Inner Sam, like, this is not fine! This is not fine!
But...
Last pictures I'll send you. I don't want to keep derailing you.
Oh, I have those, and I can share those.
Because if we're going to switch the topic back to my favorite girl, Yara.
And, I mean, I would say my favorite boy, but also it's not. Like, I have multiple favorite boys.
Oh, yeah.
But I will say he is up there among favorite boys for Ophelia.
I like big boys, itty bitty boys.
Mississippi boys.
Hey, don't make this stream unmonetizable, guys.
Sorry, I sound exactly like Lizzo, I know.
I mean...
Not far off.
So, funny thing...
I think you have a wonderful singing voice.
Yeah.
Yes. And I've even heard more of it than you have, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so...
You're gonna hear much more of it soon, actually. Sorry.
Yay! Okay, So they get back. Like, Liara drags Scout back. I was even going to say earlier that part of what made Ophelia want to rescue Scout in the first place, to pull him away from the side of evil and all of that, was because when he was being dragged back, he had an expression on his face that was very familiar to her. The expression of, shit, I fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And gonna have to pay a consequence for that. Or even, I've disappointed someone. So Liara, having dragged him back, so Scout, how did it go? Like, Liara voice, but just the irritation from Scout, like, they fuck off, Liara. And then the next point, someone's been infatuated. It's like, whoops, I guess that came out, didn't it?
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, even as far back as that. So, let's see, mentally retracing steps. Yes, so, let's see, where was I, actually? I'm sorry, my brain actually got derailed.
I'm so sorry.
No, please, don't be sorry. It's because of you that we have anything to talk about right now.
Yes.
You have done so much amazing art for this campaign.
I'm doing art
Absolutely.
right now, in fact.
The campaign in and of itself, it's one of those things that gives me so much to look forward to for the end of the week.
Speaking of, and then there's this asshole. Here's Weldon being Weldon. This is him putting on the face of being a dick.
Yeah.
He is also legitimately a dick, but, like, he's less so now. I may as well show the fucking Wolfman pic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this popped up. This is him screaming in rage because he has found out that everything that he has ever known is literally a game.
Uh-huh.
What do
And
you do when your player character realizes that you're in a game? Oh, should I, like, you probably have the 2-year doc that is, like, the colored pictures.
yeah, I do. There's a lot of shit that went down with that. But yeah, he had 2 years to fucking meditate on, the definition of his existence, including the fact that he had all of the shit taken away from it, and the shit that he did while he was a mage of Dahia. That was gonna sit on him for fucking ever.
Oh, yeah.
So, this was not okay, and he was made to sit for 2 years in effectively a void of time where there was no interaction. It was basically effectively solitary confinement, which it only takes a very short amount of time for solitary confinement to literally make you go crazy.
You got 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's
That
fine.
wasn't purposeful. That wasn't meant to punish him. I'm gonna punish him later, but, like, this was an accident. This was
The-
Oh, boy, I can't wait.
The punishment, by the way, is because he revealed to the characters, the player characters,
Yeah.
that Gabrus and other gods exist. So Gabrus is basically like, oh, hell no.
Picture that Marcy did. Hold on.
Oh.
Do you have that one? Shit. Hold on, let me grab it.
Which one?
I was just looking through my old modern pictures the other day, so I'll show you
Yes.
one thing.
Yeah, Marcy being Nezumi VA, who plays Jess in the campaign.
It was right after that whole, like, this.
Quality power.
She
Um,
had drawn this after Wolfen had accidentally outed us. And
Oh, yeah.
That's the feeling.
oh yeah. So I may as well. My computer is... So there's that. I actually drew one myself, which was a butchering of your... Which was a butchering of your avatar, but even so. Gabrus, did you plan for us to get called out? This
We've been called out.
this being the moment where Weldon knew he fucked up. This was his reaction to realizing as these kids... So, Ophelia and Ken and Louis went to go interrogate him because they saw him in the dream where he stabbed a bitch and was a dick, and they're like, okay, so this is different from the image that you presented us with. So, like... We want to know what the fuck is going on. And he did give an explanation for what happened, which included 2 years in isolation and all of that shit. And Ophelia was immediately like, yeah, that checks out. And I think that the others were like, wait, what? how does that check out? Why do you believe him? And she actually pointed out at the time, okay, so if he wanted us to die or get hurt or anything, he's had multiple opportunities. One, he didn't have to show up to help us. Two, he could have actually stabbed us in the back while we were distracted with the cultists, but he didn't do that. He's powerful enough to have eliminated all of us on the spot if that's what he wanted to do. We know that he's powerful because we saw him take a hit that nearly killed all of us, and even in a situation where he would have been justified in killing someone, instead of killing Scout, he stunned him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let's go fucking to what we saw, where he was being a dick. He clearly was exercising self-control, because he really only killed, I think, the one cultist. Now, he did show himself to be somewhat ruthless, but he still only killed the one, and it was mostly a very visceral thing right in front of one of the team members. Which would drive home the point. And also it was to leave a weapon that was associated with Dahia, because he was trying to make them investigate Dahia.
Yep.
Yeah.
But, so Ophelia's pointing all of this out. Like, again, at any point, if he wanted any of the good guys in this situation dead, he could have done so, and he didn't. He's very clearly telling us the truth, because if he does have secrets, it's not related to hurting us. So, like, again, she was just immediately like, yeah, I get it. That's fine. And
Yep, it's okay.
the others have been kind of, like, they've been warming up to him. It took a little bit longer for some of the team members, but, so in that same conversation where, so the problem was, the reason why it got revealed, and I know I've talked about this, if you're watching my streams in order, I've talked about this before, but whatever, I like talking about it. He accidentally said the fantasy party at one point, while talking to the nerdiest of the nerds in the team.
He didn't think that lingo would, like, strike a chord with them, and he's like, wait, no, it's just a name I give them. They're like, no, we know what a fantasy party is, like, what that alludes to.
And, like, the point that Ophelia made was, okay, but this is supposed to be your home. If it's your home, why are you referring to it as a fantasy? It would have just been your reality.
And I just pictured the Pantheon looking down as he says that, you fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
Which reminds me, let's see, I think I just titled it Shut.
Shut.
No, I didn't. Oh, there it is. Spilled the beans. So I had Lias basically taunting Gabrus. Oh my, it seems your little pet spilled the beans on us. Shut!
Hey, Gab, does that remind you of anything that happened earlier in this stream?
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing.
Listen.
Okay, those of you out there, and I know I've also done this before, again, I don't care. So those of you out there, are you familiar with Talk to Transformer?
Oh
my
God.
And at
I
one
know
point-
what you're gonna bring up.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
At one point, we were bringing up various, like, we were putting in various names, and it was kind of hilarious to see the various results. Now, we've also identified that Scout is effectively a twink.
Yeah.
Effectively.
So
He
Gab
is.
put in, Scout stared at Weldon. If anyone is a himbo here, it's definitely you. Weldon laughed. And you're just the smartest twink in the room. And then it continued with, the wizard showed it on the smartest twink in the world. Master Weldon ordered, if you could prove me wrong and convince yourself that I'm wrong, tell me then. Why? Because after the fight that I lost against you, I thought I was just some bad twink with no brains. So that was a thing that happened. And I decided to, like, I could have drawn the entire thing, but I honestly only wanted to capture this one exchange in particular.
Sorry,
Oh.
I think fire alarm's going off in my apartment.
Oh, fucking.
Fun.
Yeah. One moment, I
Okay.
will mute myself while that's getting sorted out.
Yeah. Christ. Anyway, so, again, with the, you're just the smartest, and again, it could only be read in a sulky way. I'm the smartest twink in the world.
Love it.
There's so much art that has happened as a result of this bullshit. Oh, I referenced this one earlier. So, again, Ophelia, behind the scenes, had been contacting Scout, and Scout was like, hey, want to meet up? And she's like, sure. And meanwhile, Weldon had gone with Duo on a trip to meet Duo's master, like sensei, basically. And then Ophelia actually texted Duo with, by the way, meeting up with Scout tomorrow, just to keep you in the loop. And again, their exchange at that time was Weldon going, couldn't she have waited? And Duo's like, I know, right? So then it was presumed that they were likely going to be back in time before she actually went to go meet Scout. And I did, a speculative thing of Weldon basically like, is there some reason you couldn't wait for us to get back before meeting with a mage of Dahia? And then, oh, was I supposed to run him by Daddy first? You stop that.
Stop that.
Like, please stop that thing. I even, early on, after I knew that Ophelia was going to be a warlock, drew a thing, because it's just like, she got a new mom with Titania, and with Weldon, it was also new dad. So, let's see. I'm also looking for it. I'm bad at multitasking. Yes, new daddy. There we go. New mom, new dad. And I do love this fucking picture of Weldon. It's just so fucking cute. And then, daddy. Because here's the other part of this. I've mentioned this before. She's not going to pursue anything with him, but she is also technically attracted. In the sense of, he's a handsome guy, and that kind of personality type, jives with her. Also daddy issues, but, So, there's attraction there.
That's the icing on the cake.
So there's attraction there on her end, but obviously she's got, bigger scouts to fry. But I feel this has literally happened where the one flirt that she has done with Weldon was in the case of she knew that was, not gonna fly. Is they were, like, setting up, and I think she was like, I'm going to have to thank you for all of your help, or I think the way she says, or something along the lines of, I'm going to have to find a way to really thank you for this, and, like, he had a moment of, no. And then she immediately clarified.
Okay, fine.
Huh?
And like the idea of like, nope, that's okay, that's fine.
Yeah, don't need to do that. Doesn't need, oh yeah, I drew this series. Interestingly enough, with Ophelia saying, I like him tall and pointy, and him just like, you are child. Now, I've mentioned this before too, on stream no less, but Weldon is going to be imported into the Ballad of Loreley at some point. So I drew the follow-up to this, with Loreley saying, I like him tall and pointy, and Weldon having a, wait. It's like, well, gee, I wonder who was Ophelia's pantheon god. Loreley is also, by the way, not Lias. And she's also not me. I mean, she is me, but she's not me. She's a fictionalized version of my avatar.
It's a self-sona.
Serena with me, where it's like, her name literally was Gabu for a while, but it's like, her name is Serena, she looks like me, she was me at one point, she's not anymore.
Yeah. But like, Loreley as she exists in the Ballad of Loreley is a construct, and I've officially made it to this point where it's a construct of Lias, where she creates worlds, and that's actually going to be somewhat of the premise of the Lore of Lias campaigns.
Knowing certain things about the ballad, that sets up some really juicy stuff.
Yes, it does. I still love... No, I can't say that on the air. Shit.
What?
No, don't worry about it. It's something that I can't say because of spoilers, but Alex does know, and it involves, Lias showing off something, and...
Yeah, I know exactly what it is you're talking about.
Alex,
and you can't say that on air.
Alex replied when she was showing a particular thing, oh, it's me! And, I was like, you're not wrong about that. Anyway, but let's see. So, trailing back to the actual campaign, a lot of shit's gone on. And I love all of the art that has been produced for this. I will say a surprising twist at some point was, or not a twist, but so at one point Weldon got his ass handed to him because he rolled 2 1s in succession and then the enemy rolled a nat 20.
Does anybody know what a Banderhob is? I doubt it if anybody in the chat knows what a Banderhob is, but essentially, if you get swallowed by one, you start losing hit points and you can't move. So it doesn't matter how many hit points you have, if you can't get out, you're gonna be unconscious. You won't be making death saves, thankfully.
You're gonna have a bad time.
You're gonna have a bad time.
Right. So, fortunately, Ken, Louis, Prin, and Ophelia were going into the forest anyway to try and track him down. And they find the Banderhob, and they notice that the Banderhob is full. So they defeated... and the best part is, Gab was upset because she set up this fight for us, but Ophelia did insinuation, which stopped the Banderhob from being able to even do anything.
Freeze burn.
And...
my interactions are me being upset with you defeating my enemies way too quick.
yes. And Ken threw a fireball, and Louis did magic missile. I don't even think Prin got a chance to act, because they fucking destroyed the Banderhob. Real fucking fast. That fast. It was literally that simple, because, again, the guy can't fucking move. Liquid frog. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. How did I title that? There's something that also came out of another similar sort of encounter. Yes, okay. I'll pull it up. I'm keeping my cursor over it for now. But anyway, so they defeated the Banderhob, and they found Weldon inside. And, of course, Ophelia, who by this point has actually pretty strongly attached to Weldon, like, not just as new dad, but just in general, like, she's pissed off at the circumstances that made him have to sit for 2 years in solitary confinement, and having lost years of his life, literally and figuratively, to an evil bitch goddess. So many things that are... so she, worked to revive him. Now, Louis has a workbench, or a shed, that he does tinkering and putting stuff together with. And so they're like, well, while you recover, we're not leaving you to sleep out in the fucking forest where you can get attacked again. Liquid frog, you mean when Duo punched a Banderhob into goo because it was going to kill/eat Owen? No, that was a different goo. But that did happen, and that was on the heels of Duo having punched the fuck out of a mimic and gotten his arm nearly bitten off. But, anyway, so they put Weldon in Louis' shed. And, I'm going to pop this up because at one point during another fight, they had another fight with a Banderhob, and Tycho immediately started scrounging for, material components. And Weldon actually gave her a specific vial to help with the collection of the goo that the Banderhob was emitting. And canonically in-game, Ophelia seeing this was, are you helping her get the goo? And I still love the way that you cut yourself off, Gab, because as Weldon were playing...
Shadow is incredibly useful. I'm not going to explain myself.
It's even like there was this slight... is incredibly useful for... I'm not going to explain myself.
There you go.
The immediate, wait a second, I don't have to explain this shit, and you know what? This actually comes with an audio file.
Yes!
I
may as well play that for you guys.
Look, the shadow is incredibly useful for... I'm not going to explain myself. Yes, that's very nice, Tycho.
You guys are not going to be able to hear that in call. No. I was looking for that file, says Griffin.
Quote out of context. Sean just said he is better. Put that on your wiki quotes.
No.
Wow.
Mental death! Mental death!
Let's see. So what I was going to reference and I got sidetracked, which is not surprising.
Sorry, there's so much.
No. So,
I mean, you're talking about sidetracks. This is a Loreley Sucks at Skyrim stream.
yes.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's fine. So they set Weldon up in Louis's shed because it would be a relatively safe place for him to recover, and of course Ophelia wasn't just going to leave him there completely alone. And so they actually spend time hanging out, and that's where Ophelia and Louis ended up nerding out while talking with Weldon and kind of keeping him company for a bit. And because they bonded over that, like, they legitimately have become friends now, whereas at the start of this campaign, they started off in a position of Louis being kind of scared of her because she was, you know, the mean girl queen. I came here for Skyrim and got lore arts. This is better. Thank you, Kikyo.
Hi, Kikyo.
So they've gone on to actually be friends. Literally the next day, they were organizing to kind of split up into groups, and they were like, okay, so there's a chance that we might get separated from each other, so to prevent that becoming a dangerous situation, we should buddy up. Create a buddy system where we hold hands with at least one other party member to make sure that if we do get split up, we at least have one other person with us. And so immediately, Ophelia and Louis were dungeon buddies.
Yay.
Dungeon buddies. Friends. I love Ophelia and Louis' friendship. It's adorable.
It is. It's weirdly wholesome. And again, there's still like how did this happen? No one else, I don't think anyone's even asked after it just yet, but yeah, the two of them
Kind of accepted it.
They just kind of accepted that they became friends. Again, I'm just looking through my art folder. There's even new stuff that I've drawn since the last time I've talked about all of this. Oh, for example, may as well pull up the art that you did, Gab. Where? Because there we go. I titled it Babies. So the Banderhobbs started showing up and actually kidnapped a kid. And this was a kid who was under the care of one of their classmates, Ryan. And among other things, like, Katie was fortunately rescued, and all he knew was that apparently she had gone missing, and Max was yelling about that, his little brother. And then a bunch of the other classmates show up and they're like, don't worry, we'll take care of it. So he was kind of left just like sitting there like, what's going on?
What's happening?
And he's actually a nervous boy to begin with.
He was one of the class nervous boys.
Yeah. So he's baby.
Still is.
But the thing is that in the midst of that, Ophelia, actually seeing him kind of breaking down, went over to him and be like, it's gonna be okay, we'll take care of it. And actually ended up reassuring him a little bit.
Yep. Successful persuasion.
Successful persuasion roll. I'm getting this all in the past tense. Arts! Hey, Kikyo. Speaking of arts, Kikyo is an amazing artist, and if you want commissions from her, I believe she has some of I think she's got actually a thing with coffee right now, where if you donate a certain amount, you will actually get a wallpaper that she has put up. And feel free to link it, Kikyo, if that's what you want to do.
Is it Keek Appreciation Hours already?
It's always.
It is, in fact. Also, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi, welcome back.
Sorry about that. Again, smoke alarms started going off through the entire complex, and I wanted to spare all of you that constant noise.
I mean, hopefully...
As long as your house isn't on fire.
I don't think so. I think there would be more of an issue if there were, but...
Yeah. Let's see. Because again, I'm just looking at this stuff that I've drawn since last time I even talked about all of this. So, among other things, they ended up having a karaoke party because they had gone through a hell of a week. And Ophelia's like, fuck it, I want a party. Let's invite all of our classmates and go to the karaoke bar and just fucking, have a night of fun. We need this. We deserve this. And so she invited Weldon. Weldon was one of the only adults invited to this party. But the thing is that she basically used him as like an anxiety soak, where she was running around playing hostess, making sure that everyone was having fun. But every once in a while, once her social meter would get kind of depleted, she would go to Weldon and, like, I drew it as basically like a quick hug kind of thing, and she would be replenished, but basically using him as her emotional support in Weldon.
Yeah.
Aw.
And he was happy to do it, honestly. He was just like, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah. But the thing is that it was a karaoke party, and he doesn't know any. So I will even say, so after realizing, and then one of the reasons why it took 2 days for Ophelia, outside of the fact that one of those days was taken up by, Owen Rampa there, was because she was actually going through that night, starting Sunday night, to compile all of the music and to put it all onto this fucking iPod thing. And she created a massive folder of, like, all the music.
All the music.
Literally all of it. Every single one.
And this last session actually started with her going to him to deliver this thing, so that she, basically I felt really bad inviting you to a party that you could only marginally participate in. So I'm going to give you this so that you can listen to music, especially if you're going to have downtime, especially if you're going to be stuck in that shed at any point. So, like, here you can familiarize yourself with music from our world, so that next time if you want to hop on stage, you can at least have some kind of repertoire. That said, funnily enough, the night before was the one where they had, uncovered the whole Owen thing, and Jess had her breakdown, and Weldon offered her the fucking elven wine. So, the next morning, the thing is that this was a combination of a few different things, including a couple of instances where Weldon was a little bit, unfortunately, caught up in the things that were going on in his head. A couple of instances where he kind of neglected Ophelia. I mentioned the panic attack, and that was kind of the major one, where he kind of walked out because he felt helpless in that situation. He didn't know what to do. I had it so that because he did take that night to spend with Jess, and technically Louis, getting her drunk and having what would have looked like a party to an outside. I mean, obviously it's not a party, but you come in on finding the after effects of people drinking all night. It's gonna look like they were celebrating something.
Yeah.
And basically, I had it, the way that I had it was that if she had arrived and saw the signs of him having been drinking with Jess the night before, that was going to be her last thread of trust. Because him not being able to console her without being prompted, but he's able to console Jess without being prompted. That
Not
would have
very
been
fair.
Yeah, she would have been upset. Fortunately for him, the first thing that he did was apologize for having been a little bit, out of it when it came to certain moments, and saying, I'm going to try to be there more for you and the others. The latte is also getting a lesson in Spotify. Oh, both Weldon and Ruby got lessons in tech. Weldon in iPod, Ruby in smartphones, yes.
Yeah.
The latter also. Okay, I missed the R because I'm not wearing my glasses.
The
The
latte.
latte getting a lesson in Spotify. Weldon actually thought that the thing that he got also would function like the flat sending stones that everyone was using, and so he's like, how do I get messages on this thing? And Ken was like,
I'm not getting any bars on this iPod, guys.
So it was. She did show him how to use the music, but he not quite explaining. No, this isn't like a cell phone. Anyway, so I had drawn a thing. If Ophelia hadn't gotten that apology and that reassurance from him, where her seeing the results of having a night of fun, quote unquote, would have resulted in her last thread of trust having been severed. And then the way that I even had it was that she was still going to smile and be like, hey, so, I I felt bad about the karaoke thing, etc. The same excuse that she would have given anyway. So I put together this for you. Unfortunately, I have to get back. I have other things that I need to do. Louis can explain how to use it. And left right on the spot. No conversation, no follow-up, just literally, that's it. I'm done. I'm not talking to any of you fuckers.
Yeah.
Actually gotta bug my family, enjoy talks. We'll catch up on the YouTube upload. Alright, Zephyrus Griffin, you take care of yourself.
Take care, my dude.
Speaking of people leaving,
You gotta?
Yeah.
it's getting on 3 a.m. for me. I really should be
We
doing
have
real.
been streaming for 4 hours now.
Yeah, that's fair.
As much as I love all three of you and y'all in the chat as well,
Yes.
I require sustenance of
Yes.
sleeping.
Please, take care of yourself, nourish yourself, and rest yourself. And we will talk more some
I
other
will.
time.
Yes, it was fantastic to get to talk to you, Gab,
Yeah, it was so nice to talk to you.
and I will see you all very, very soon. Hopefully,
Take care, Alex.
take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So I was just reminded of this, because I was looking through my own art folder of stuff that I've done. And so, Gab occasionally will ask us for prompts to do sketches based on, like, expression memes. So she'll, like, pick a character and pick, like, this letter and this number. And so we did this, and recently there was a string of hilarious coincidences in terms of the characters that we picked. Luke picked Ken and Jay and a couple of expressions, and I picked Weldon and Ophelia. And I'm just going to show this whole set, which has Yona and Tycho in pretty much unrelated expressions. And then there was the Ken and Jay, which works out really fucking well as a pair.
Yeah.
And then Weldon being intimidated by Ophelia. Not that she could do much to intimidate him, like, in general. Like, power-wise, no, she was not going to be able to take him. However, we started speculating on other ways that she might intimidate him. The one that Gab initially put forward was her saying that he wasn't that funny or interesting.
Yeah.
I posited an alternative. By the way, a classic sign of potential Dahia influence seems to be this pinkish-purplish color.
Yeah.
The implication here being a Dahia from that original timeline somehow being channeled through Ophelia.
That ain't great.
Nope.
And I imagine that would be a terrible fucking nightmare from Weldon, just in general.
Oh, yeah.
And then I decided to kind of softball it again for the second one. What did I title? Where is it? God damn it. I didn't lose it. It's just, it's normally... There it is. So, alternatively, a way that Ophelia could absolutely terrify Weldon. Okay, but what if I punched a goddess? What? No, bad idea. Let's just start with, lightning, then punching. Ophelia!
Why is your default setting to punch the goddess?
Because it's a visceral response. I want to punch her.
Got it?
Like-
I mean, mood, but time and a place.
True.
And you punch a ghost.
Well, that just sounds like we need to make sure that she can be, say, corporeal.
I mean,
I wonder if she can.
I wonder if there are ways to make gods corporeal.
it's a mystery.
You know what I love?
Do, 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 do. Sorry?
And can I be a shit and point something out?
Sure.
Yes.
I love that you guys continuously point out that she's a fake goddess, but then assume that her rules apply the same as goddess.
Yeah.
No. I mean, we call her goddess because that's kind of the role that she currently has, and has enough power through the worship of many people to effectively be one. Effectively, at least in some... She's at least powerful enough to fucking ruin their shit if she gets involved.
Yeah.
That much goes without saying. So, shifting gears here a little bit, because again, going through my art folder. So, among other things, obviously there is the plan to rescue Scout. The thing is, Scout and Weldon do not get along. And that is a massive understatement. Even in this reality where Weldon did not place him as Dahia's number one, they had many encounters. Weldon openly antagonized him. I'm actually kind of wondering, was that just basically a leftover from having known Scout in the previous timeline, that he's just like, nah, I'm gonna fucking...
No. Scout absolutely had an encounter with Weldon in this timeline.
No, but that's what I mean. He's had at least the one encounter. What I mean is, Weldon antagonizing him, like, him specifically, was that him antagonizing Scout, was that just a leftover from having known him before?
Honestly, I think so. It's like he knows that this is not the same Scout, but he's still a bitch.
Yeah. That was kind of the assumption I was going on, was that it was basically like he'd been fed up with Scout 1. And Scout 2 shows up and he's like, same bitch, different timeline. So the two of them did not have a good introduction, and they were continually, Scout did not have a good opinion of Weldon. Weldon was really like, I can't guarantee that I'm not going to be petty bitch towards him. But they do both care about Ophelia. And so the ongoing joke is that because a Scout also has a bit of a temper problem and is pretty easily riled, especially by someone like Weldon. So I drew this. Just the after effects of Weldon having successfully pissed off Scout enough to get to this point.
Yeah.
Ophelia popping up into existence. Weldon, what have I told you about riling my boyfriend?
But Ophelia, he makes the best faces when he's...
Apoplectic.
There you go. Yeah, sorry, when zoomed in enough.
Oh, boyfriend?
Do you know what I have to do to calm him down after you do this to him? It's a good thing I found that one spot right behind his ears that turns him helpless as a kitten when I...
Hey, we don't need to talk about that!
Okay, do I need to leave, or...
Oh, darling, so bold.
Weldon's face is just like, alright.
Like,
he'll smirk until this moment he's like, alright.
I feel like this is even him continuing to make fun. Like, he's still amused by the situation as well. He's like, alright, these kids. But genuinely okay, do I need to leave? Going on the same vibe that Ophelia is going for, that Scout immediately grabbing her is just like okay.
I don't need to see this.
But I feel like that's also on the level of he's... like, obviously, he's probably not like... he would genuinely be like, I'm going to excuse myself. But also the actual statement of, okay, do I need to leave? Or is him doing the same thing that Ophelia is doing, which is the implying that Scout was about to do something much more inappropriate?
Yeah.
Which, he was just trying to stop Ophelia.
Yeah.
That it was a forceful...
No, she cannot be stopped.
No, she cannot.
Trust me, I've tried.
I still love this because it's a cute fucking picture. This is again before Ophelia's... I drew this before Ophelia's reveal as a warlock, but we accidentally uncovered that Scout apparently has a thing for falcons.
Yeah.
He's always wanted a pet, but mostly he really likes birds.
And so, just like, him not necessarily overtly being like, oh my god, it's a falcon! But like, on learning that he likes falcons, taking him to like a falconer, basically. Things that can stop Ophelia. Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
She literally, in her conversation with Scout...
I was thinking about that. He was like, I know nothing's gonna stop you.
Yeah, no, literally though, like, he actually had a couple of moments like, yeah, you're pretty good at this, and she literally convinces him that she can do anything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also among other things, she's determined to make sure that even if it is scary, even if it is dangerous, there's not going to be any stopping Ophelia Price. The way that she worded it even was like, God, even, I already forgot the wording of it. Jesus Christ. And I wrote it.
That's me looking back on any campaign where you're like talking about things like, no, it happened like this. I'm like, it did.
Oh, Lord. This is so cute. Okay. Besides, okay, yeah. Even before that, she actually, so, okay, part of Ophelia's thing is that she's not been able to open up emotionally towards people. Like, that was her arc. She's been slowly getting better at that, and actually part of that was because of Scout. Like, she realized, hey, I really care about him. Fuck, I care about him. But so not too long before that, oh God, this is so cute. I told you before, and I've meant it wholeheartedly, whatever dangers I may face as a result of this, you are worth it to me. I'll do whatever it takes because you, and there's the blush at her own words. You woke me from a nightmare I didn't even realize I was having. You changed my world just as much as you say I changed yours. And for someone as stubborn as I am, you did it effortlessly. I didn't realize how much I needed to care for someone until you'd already made it past my walls to the part of me I'd thought I'd locked away forever. And then, of course, the immediate text is, God, was she really saying this? So not too long after that, that was all part of the same thing. Yeah, so at the end of that, so he had mentioned, like, I feel like it's been kind of my destiny. This was already all planned out for me. Like, there's no escaping this. So she continued with that. But what you say about destiny, Scout, that's a load of bullshit. Anyone can change their fate. Anyone can make choices to affect the flow of their life, to pull themselves from the rapids and back to land. Maybe they need help. Someone willing to jump in, someone with a rope, and a hand reached out. But so long as you're willing to reach back and take my hand, you can get out. You're worth the danger for me. And then she actually moves her free hand over her face, still reddened from all of this, because this is her being emotionally vulnerable, and she's just like, I'm just doing this now, huh?
This is just a part of my life now, huh?
This is just how I'm gonna be. So, and then the line that made me go to actually reference this, besides, I'm Ophelia Price. I already decided what I want, and fate be damned if it tries to take that from me. And it's one of those things where if anyone's gonna fucking deliver on that, it's gonna be Ophelia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Things that can stop Ophelia, blank. Yep, this joke works far less in YouTube chat. No, I get it. I understood. I understood even just by the fact that there was nothing listed after that.
Oh, yeah.
What? Is it a baby?
I don't know if you can hear her.
No.
I heard something.
She made the cutest little meow when she woke up. Hi, sweetheart. We're talking.
Yes.
Aww.
Yes. The aforementioned baby, for those listening in, being a Nutmeg, Gab's cat.
Hello, baby.
I'm still, again, so happy at this conversation.
Yes.
So good.
And again, like, the back and forth between, okay, here's the actual business, and then it's not even flirtation, it's literally just straight up being emotionally vulnerable and caring for each other. I'm okay to say she did actually flirt a couple of times in there, too. That goes without saying.
He accidentally did, too.
He accidentally...
Well, they were intentional.
Well, his remark, again, as you put it, is the closest thing he'll probably ever get to actually flirting. Which was if there's anything I can do, let me know. Or is there anything else that you require of me? Or something along those lines. I also still love that Ophelia accidentally set a murder flag on Owen.
Yeah.
With Scout.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't even necessarily mean to. she's pissed at Owen, but she doesn't necessarily, well, I was gonna say she doesn't necessarily want him dead, but, well, one, too late. And two, maybe not dead, but mauled severely.
I mean, that's just it. Like, you can't exactly kill someone if they've already been killed, so he don't really have anything to worry about at this point, at least in terms of his personal safety.
You're that one fucking meme with the guy pointing at his forehead going like, they can't kill you if you already die.
Yeah. I mean, if Scout comes anywhere near Yona, it's gonna be another story, but...
Well...
I mean, would he though?
I don't think that
I guess Yona or anyone... Specifically, I guess the main things like Yona or Ruby.
Well, he likes Ruby, though.
Does he?
Again, y'all haven't told him that she's alive yet,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, we know...
She was his direct subordinate.
Yeah, but Ruby wasn't exactly a fan of his.
Well, she was mad at him in the moment, yes.
Just because you don't always like your boss doesn't mean, like, okay, I'm just gonna put this out there right now. She's a priestess at the cathedral.
And?
Kind of, she's also
Priestess
kind
is
of
gonna
a
have
big deal.
opinions.
Well, here's the other thing. Scout, this 19-year-old kid, was her boss. And Scout is a pretentious little fuck.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that works for Ophelia, because she is also a pretentious little fuck.
You said it, not me.
I've been saying that all the time. She's been saying it now. She knows what she is. Actually, even in that conversation, she was like, yeah, you know, you're just as arrogant and self-righteous as I am. And he's just like, yeah, I can't really deny that. But I really, I can't wait to see Jane's actual response to the doc. Again, I did send it to her right after I sent it, right after I sent it to you.
Yeah.
You, Gab.
Yeah.
And I know she's busy. She's got
I
offline
haven't really
life.
heard from her yet today either. So.
Yeah. However, I have the sneaking suspicion that I might get my own version of the Gabby, Gab, G, Gabby. Because this is literally the culmination. So, even the day before, earlier in that day, last session, she had called Scout, and this was actually the first time they'd made contact after having been separated before. And there were some reassurances on both sides that they weren't really mad at each other. It was just a hurt situation all around. And, let's see. I know that by the end of it, again, running on autopilot, she said okay, bye, love you. And that was, I did an animation for that. I should pull that up. Sorry, I was just like, wait a minute. I have a way to show this. Effectively, this was what his response was in the moment after she said that. And she hung up. So letting this play probably at least a few times. The shock of it just being like, okay. What?
Yeah.
And then in this conversation, he actually got around to do it himself. Although I did love the wording here. Wait, was that more awkward than what she did? Like, yeah, was that more awkward than what she said? He suddenly couldn't tell. Now, the funny thing...
No, he's like, wait, is this the same or is this different?
Is this real life?
It is different because even while hers was technically a truthful admission, it's still not quite the same thing as straight up saying my love.
Oh, I know.
I know you know. There's no way... Scout. Poor Scout.
Yeah.
But that ended up literally escalating that. Which she immediately, continued with, let's see, with the calling him darling, which was a thing that she'd actually called him before. But it was under the pretense of flirting with him, but this time it was the return of the obvious affection. At which point he flustered and accidentally hung up instantly with a perfectly cut scream moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, these kids, they're cute. Also, I just found this because I'm trying to find the particular thing. You're like the kid who wasn't invited to the party but came anyway and shat in the pool just to get a reaction. This is... So we've got these expression templates for memeing, like adding specific things to quote. And in this case, this is Ophelia at Dahia. Turns out to be more true with every passing session, really.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where did I plop it in here? Because here's the thing I say with that. In the document, as I was formatting everything, there was actually a... Oh, there we go. Okay, so I titled the document Ophelia Calls Scout, and the only other thing that made it into the outline was that line from Scout about the awkwardness of calling her my love.
Yeah.
So that out of context, Ophelia calls Scout ... Wait, was that more awkward? Cutting itself off. I'm just picturing this fucking... It's just... Ophelia calls Scout ... Wait, was that more awkward?
Lord.
And again, this started as a joke, brought a kiss to the knife fight, enemies to lovers speed edition, 2 weeks.
Yeah?
They met 2 weeks ago. To the day. 2 weeks from him being asshole enemy guy and her being the thorn in his side to calling each other my love and darling.
It's pretty amazing.
It is a speed
Oh,
run.
yes.
It really is. Anyway, so this stream, as has been pointed out, has been going on for over 4 hours now.
Nearly 4.5.
Yep. I mean, again, it's not like it's not like I'm complaining about that. I enjoy talking about, and I'm excited for session tomorrow.
Yeah, and I enjoyed talking about it with you.
Well, yeah. You also had your major plot point drop this last time.
Fair. And also by you, I mean both you and Gab, and also Alex when they were here.
Yes. But, I'm starting to get to the point where, like, speaking of sustenance and everything, I need to make myself something to eat.
Yeah, I should probably step away and do something similar.
I'm gonna
But,
do some audio editing and plan for tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
yes. Again, I'm going to encourage people to actually read the document, but I think I'll also, like, run a summary by you, Gab, about, like, the gist of the conversation, things that probably should be brought up.
Yeah, good idea.
Because we're not recapping 18 pages of dialogue.
No, I would hope not.
This was precisely why I wanted to do it as a side thing in DMs with you, as opposed to trying to play this out live during session, because if we were doing it live during session, we would have felt pressured to hurry things along.
Yeah.
And as a result, might have lost some of these golden moments. And I'm so happy that instead we have these two kids who are at the, oh god, I can't believe I'm saying this stage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now let's watch Owen ruin it again.
I mean...
And again,
I'm not gonna be the one to ruin it.
I'm still looking for... Yeah, I know, Weldon's gonna be there too.
Oh my god, not him either.
Well, I will
Blame
say,
always comes back to me, doesn't it?
depending on how close to Keikaku things go, Scout might be part of that meeting. And so there's gonna have to be a moment of like, hey, so, Scout, everyone Scout. All right, let's reintroduce ourselves here. But let's do this, like, you know, not under pretenses and also not, I'm going to kill you. Like, let's...
Ah, you are motherfucker?
I mean, that's Tycho's response.
I mean,
But yeah, no, that's going to be an interesting conversation if it happens.
yeah.
They are going to have to do a strategy meeting anyway, but yeah. I know, Gab, you're not going to say anything on the subject of what may or may not happen, and that's fine.
Oh, of course not.
I'm just saying, if things go according to Keikaku, that's going to be a hell of a fucking conversation.
Oh yeah.
But, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Same.
And I want to thank all you guys who are watching presently, and anyone who may be watching this later in the week whenever it goes up, or later whenever you're going through my various videos. And God knows why you would sit here for 4 hours watching me when I'm not live. But I also want to thank those of you who actually donated tonight.
Yes.
That was Don and Zach, I think. No, it was Don and Sean.
Yeah, I was
Christ.
gonna say.
Yeah, that's right. It's usually Zach. Zach's usually the one who throws fucking money. I mean, if it's not him, then it's usually Skeeto or Crackfox. Which,
Yeah.
by the way, continually thank you to both of them, both as patrons as well as people who are regularly attending streams.
Yeah, much appreciated, Sean.
Yes, thank you very much, Sean. So yes, thank you to those of you who donated tonight, and those of you who came out to watch, because honestly, literally the whole enjoyment of a stream on my end is being able to chat with you guys and to share stuff with you and get the live reactions and stuff like that. Because we like listening to you talk.
Yes.
D&D shenanigans, and there's going to be further shenanigans tomorrow. I'm probably going to continue with Skyrim. Hopefully next week you get to see me fucking suck at it even further.
You would like your personal reference guide human.
I mean, and I'll even say that part of the fun is just me fucking up anyway.
That's fair.
But I will not object to having a guide. So let's see, yeah.
Out, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was fun today. And I enjoyed sharing artwork with all y'all, and this was pretty much what I want to be doing with my streams anyway. When do you usually start streaming? I'm usually late or I miss it. So I usually start, I may as well say this because it's good to periodically mention it. I usually try to start at 5 p.m. Central or 6 p.m. Eastern time zone on Saturdays. I would love to do more in a week, but that depends on my energy levels and everything, and that's complicated enough as it is. I would love to add more, though, at some point. But for right now, it's Saturdays at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. Usually that makes it about midnight or like 11 p.m. GMT. So it's late at night there. I get that, but there's unfortunately not really a time during the day that I can otherwise stream. But that's when that usually happens. I usually go for about 2 hours. Today is kind of an exception, obviously. But I'm going to try and be better about that. I had an inadvertent hiatus on streaming, and I'm going to try and be better about this. But anyway, I was saying thank you to all of you. I'm going to retroactively thank Alex again for joining, even though they're not here to actually reply to it. Although I have the sneaking suspicion that they're going to key smash me as soon as they are actually available. Thank you, Gab, for joining in the call to yell at Griffin.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to instill that kind of rage from Gab.
Shut up.
Make me.
A bear appears and roars. No, wait, hold on. 8 a.m. my time, so Zach over there in the Australia for some reason.
Yes.
Always nice to catch streams. Always chances of catching salmon too, or salmon.
Skyrim. Probably.
An attempt at a pun was made. I got derailed, but
Dream.
no,
Sorry.
it's fine. I'm just like me and my brain. But yeah, speaking of Griffin, thank you as my regular co-host, but I still appreciate having you here.
Always a pleasure.
And hopefully I will be back next week with more Skyrim, or perhaps more D&D shenanigans, hard to say. But probably more Skyrim. And in the meantime, I hope you guys have a lovely day. Stay safe out there. I mean, I suppose that kind of hopefully goes without saying, but stay safe, stay indoors, especially if you're in the US, where we're not managing this very well.
We're really not.
Nope.
Wash your hands. Try to keep at least 6 feet of distance from other people around you. Wash your hands. Wear masks where you can, or like if you don't have a mask, you can always use like a scarf or some kind of cloth to wrap around your face. Wash your hands. Plastic gloves can be useful if you can get your hands on them, but really the best alternative is to wash your hands. Don't touch your face. And just and
Wash your hands.
yeah. But definitely, you know, I do want you all to take care of yourselves. It's scary enough out there. We'll be able to get through this. I mean, we collectively. Scary enough without getting into the darker parts of it, but, you know, we can absolutely do what we can to preserve our lives as best we can. And all I'm asking is try to use some common sense, and if it's not common sense, then use the sense to put yourself in situations where you're not going to be as exposed to it as often. But in the meantime, with the message of, you know, I am glad you guys are watching, and I hope you guys take care of yourselves, that is gonna be a good place to call it for tonight. So, I will hopefully see you guys next week.
Take care, everyone.